Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 17 of the hearing for the Inquiry and Advisory Committee for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded and the recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the committee appointed to consider this matter, and I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch on my right, Member Ken Joyner further to my right, and Member Lachlan Wilkinson to my left. So today we'll be hearing submissions from Save Our Surroundings Riverina. Actually, I'm going to just rephrase that. We are noting the written submissions of Save Our Surroundings Riverina, who are calling evidence from Grant Piper, Ivan Kennedy and Aidan Morrison today. So Save Our Surroundings Riverina will not be attending today's hearing. They are relying on their written submission. However, they are still calling evidence from 3 experts. The proponent has advised that it intends to ask 10 to 15 minutes of questions of each expert, and no other party has indicated an intention to ask questions. So I understand that we'll be hearing from Mr. Piper and Mr. Kennedy this morning, and then we'll be hearing from Mr. Morrison when we reconvene at 2 p.m. after our lunch break. We are currently working to document list version 58 that's available on the Engage Victoria website, and the documents that have been received in the last day include an updated statement from Mr. Ivan Kennedy, document 407, and an attachment, document 408, and slides from Aidan Morrison, which is document 409. We've also received a letter from the proponent with a response in relation to the Air Quality Management Guidance document and an attachment. So I will talk about our approach to hearing from the experts today in a moment, but before I do, I'll just ask if there are any preliminary matters that we need to cover. And Mr. Chessel, I'll come to you first.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. The one matter that I wish to address is the document that was prepared in respect of the updated management guidance, that is the updated guidance issued by the Institute of Air Quality Management. That's document 411. That document relevantly confirms that the updates to the guidance document don't materially bear upon the assessment documented within the EES. And my recollection is we have already updated the Day 2 version to make reference to the most recent guidance document, and we hope that that closes out the relevant request. I thought it prudent to also inquire with the committee as to whether there are any further outstanding requests for information on our part. We have gone through an exercise where we've sought to close out all of the initial requests for further information, and document 398 is our updated response to that series of requests. And unless the committee advises otherwise, we think we have responded to each of those matters adequately. Obviously, if the committee has any further requests in relation to those matters, please let us know. Separately, you recall that prior to delivering our closing submissions, we did that exercise where we sought to reconcile the different requests that had been made, and we prepared a table that identified where we'd closed those matters out. And our understanding is that with those subsequent requests, we've also now closed them out by providing you with this document. Of course, if the committee requires any further information of the proponent, either in respect of matters arising from its case or in respect of any matters arising from submissions made during the course of this part of the hearing, we're obviously happy to respond to those as best we can and invite the committee to identify any further matters that the committee requires information in respect of. For our part, on our radar, if you like, are the different versions or different responses to the EMF documents that have been foreshadowed. So DECA, Parks Victoria, CFA and now Council have indicated that they'll be reviewing and filing material in respect of what's in effect the Day 2A version of those documents, and we'll work to firstly liaise with those authorities to make that process as efficient as possible. But of course, one of the things we'll be doing in reply is presenting our consolidated response, if you like, to those comments as they come through.
I'll just comment. Oh,
no, that's really
topic.
No,
yes. We'll come back to you. So we'll do just a check on our list as well to confirm that everything is covered off, and to clarify that if something arises for us through submissions, we will certainly come to you if we have questions that we're seeking clarification from the proponent on.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. And any issues or preliminary issues from other parties? While I'm waiting and checking online, I'm just going to ask the experts who are joining us this morning to please firstly turn your camera on and microphone on, and we'll check that the tech is working. Thank you. I can see Mr. Kennedy has his on. Mr. Kennedy, I'll just confirm you're presenting first to us out of the experts. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, that's correct. I'm taking this opportunity. The points I will make are not specific to this particular wind farm, but they apply.
I'll just get you to hold on for a minute, Mr. Kennedy. I'm just going to do some more introductory statements before I do come to you to commence, but I just wanted to check that the tech is working, and it is. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Lisa.
It looks as though we don't have any other preliminary matters raised by other parties, so I will just briefly run through our approach this morning. So following the presentation from the experts, so my understanding is the two experts this morning are joining us online. There will be questions of cross-examination from the proponent, and then if the IAC has any questions, it will ask them following this. It is usual practice for the party calling an expert to introduce the experts and to qualify them. As Save Our Surroundings Riverina is not attending the hearing, I will ask each expert to confirm that you've read the guidance for experts on the Planning Panel's Victoria website, including the guidance on presenting evidence online. And Mr. Kennedy, I will come to you now just to confirm that you are aware of and have read that guidance.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, in a moment, I will ask if you could please, when you introduce yourself, if you could please explain your qualifications and area of expertise. I will also ask you to confirm if there are any corrections to your evidence statement that we have already received, and also just to ask you to please present your evidence in no more than 30 minutes, and then we'll move into the questions of cross-examination.
Okay.
So I'm happy to hand to you, Mr. Kennedy, to take us through your evidence.
Okay, thank you very much. I welcome the privilege of addressing this meeting. I do this as an independent researcher at the University of Sydney, where I am a Professor Emeritus in Agricultural and Environmental Chemistry. Since 2012, when I ceased teaching, I have been doing research on climate science, in particular asking questions, looking for areas that hadn't been properly researched, according to my own experience. The particular issues on which I've raised for this meeting fall in two areas. One of them results from research that my research group has done to do with wind turbines and the likelihood that there will be downstream wake effects as a result of the turbulence which is introduced when air, which is more or less laminar, flows through a wind farm and emerges downwind. We refer to that as wake effects. So this is the first of the areas that I want to touch on. I'll mention them both now, but then speak with them in turn. As far as the evidence I presented is concerned, the only change is the recent acceptance of a publication which became available since I first provided information. So the strong likelihood of turbulence.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Mr. Kennedy held up a document. I just wasn't able to make out what that document
yes.
was.
Yeah.
It's the written submission that's before us. Is that right, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, that is being resubmitted.
Yes.
Yesterday.
So
is it not the is the document that you held up, Mr. Kennedy? That's the recent paper in respect of ocean calcification that was circulated yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, thank you. That's clear.
Okay.
thank you.
I think we did indicate something similar before, but I've just come back from 5,000 kilometre trip to Cairns to the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society conference. So I'm not 100% sure what I did submit previously. So the wind farm wake drying that we're proposing, the point that I'm making very strongly is that no research has been done on these issues in Australia. I have made submissions to Senate inquiries. I made a submission to the offshore wind farm, which is proposed off Portland in Victoria. I made submission also to the West Australian Department of Environment and had a reply from Jade Thomas with respect to that, and he asked me to contact him when I'd done the research about wind farm wakes, and it has been peer reviewed. I thought that was a bit demanding, since I was asking government and universities to be engaged to do such research. The second issue on which I'm making a submission is something very general, which comes from the thermal acidifying calcification research that we've published. The material submitted yesterday is an opinion which is based on prior research, partly by us, but also research that's been done by oceanographers who have made many measurements of in marine situations with respect to carbon dioxide potential emission from the ocean, and also the seasonal variation in carbon dioxide that you observe seasonally, particularly from the Keeling Point observation on Mauna Loa, the extinct volcano which receives air flowing in from the Pacific. So my main point, though, and I reiterate it, is that there's been very little research done on the introduction of renewable energy in Australia. The environmental impacts that may flow from their introduction, unintended consequences, have not been researched for such a hot, dry country as Australia. Most of the wind farms that exist are in northern Europe, though this is not entirely true in China, where wind farms have been placed in more arid regions. Our paired research on the Keeling curve, with the turbulent wind farms, we have a publication on wind turbines that introduced the concept that there would be a drying effect downwind as a result of turbulence from two effects. One of them is the turbulence itself, which has been shown to reduce airflow at hub height from direct aerial observations between more than 30%. Consequently, more air has to flow through the system. The pressure may rise. There may be convection and meteorological effects in that wake region, and the aircraft observations that are detailed in the review that I've submitted extended out to 30 kilometres from the wind farm. So with respect to that, information like wind roses, which indicate which direction is the prevalent direction in which wind will flow. Obviously, if it's in all directions, there will be a lower effect than if it's consistently in one direction. And I have given case studies in the accompanying reference list showing that for Western Australia and also on Maui in Hawaii, where there has been severe bushfire situations. So as far as the time required for my presentation, my evidence, of course, is in the documents. I certainly won't need 30 minutes. In fact, I was thinking that I had more like 15 or 20 minutes on which to speak. So I just address the evidence that is presented in the attachment. I don't intend to go through it in fine detail. Several studies have shown that turbulent air is more highly evaporative than air and laminar flow, caused by disturbance of the more humid boundary layer that would otherwise restrict evaporation. This is typical of bodies of water that if there's no wind or no turbulence, evaporation ceases quite effectively because the boundary layer becomes saturated with water vapor. Research at the University of Sydney using eucalypt vegetation and the effect of drying by the bushfire CRC by Postle and Bell in 2013 showed that fuel moisture will absorb much of the energy during combustion, resulting in less intense fire. In tests of 3 different species of eucalypt foliage, the likelihood of ignition was increased by a factor of 3, and the peak heat release doubled from 70 to 140 kilowatts in test material when the fuel moisture was decreased from 100%, that is equal quantities of water in the foliage, to 50%. So the sort of extra intense drying that may occur from persistent downstream wind or wake effects could take foliage that otherwise would also be dry to the point where a fire becomes uncontrollable. I don't intend to go through the individual cases that are listed, but the chaotic meteorological effect of wind farms from wake turbulence is significant. There is evidence for that. More intense wildfires in North America reported in recent years are often in regions with installed wind turbine plants. Greece had a total of 2.9 gigawatts capacity by 2018 in an area almost as small as the size of Tasmania. So this is a question that demands research. Should we go ahead with installing wind farms before that research is conducted? It wouldn't be difficult. At the AMOS meeting in Cairns, I displayed 2 drones containing meteorological equipment and infrared camera equipment that could easily be deployed upstream and downstream with the same wind flow in order to test this hypothesis. Obviously, you need a good control if you're going to try to derive facts, scientific facts from this study. But I just come back to the fact that little or no research that I'm aware of, and I can't say for sure that NERAN has not conducted such research, and if they have, I would like them to reveal it so that it can be assessed as part of this process. The other area, I've got to get a move on. Half an hour goes very quickly. Comes out of an expertise I have. This is a book, a second edition, published in 1992.
Mr. Kennedy, we can't see that book clearly.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Well, the publication was Acid Soil and Acid Rain. It's been very popular and highly cited, very unusual for a textbook, because it contains all of the chemistry that's involved in acidification or alkalization of ecosystems. This has not really been considered to any great extent by the IPCC. It's something that they seem to have overlooked. And that's the basis of the second submission that I've made, effectively the futility of renewable energy as a method of achieving zero carbon. If it is true and stands up to further experimental testing, that seasonal ocean calcification and long-term temperature increase has been overlooked as the cause of the increase in cooling curve. This could mean that the surface layer of the ocean is releasing net carbon dioxide to a significant level. Research in this area has shown there is a significant exchange of CO2 within the ocean surface down to in what's called the mixing zone, and that carbon dioxide and water forming bicarbonate plus acid, which then forms carbonate plus acid. And then if that's precipitated with calcium, because we have shown thermodynamically that calcium carbonate becomes more soluble as seawater warms. This is a well-known phenomenon. Every kitchen kettle demonstrates that effect. Most salts are more soluble when you heat them, but that's not true of calcium salts, calcium carbonate, and calcium sulfate. And in the ocean, calcium carbonate is the most active abiotic and biotic product that we're aware of. It's responsible for the deposition of limestone in sediments. Our paper shows that there should be a net transfer of carbon dioxide from the ocean surface layer into the atmosphere. I introduce it in this hearing because it's new information. It hasn't yet been discussed by the international research community. I did hand out copies of the paper in Cairns at the climate science meeting, and I even provided one copy for Matt Keane, or at least the person with him. Tony Haymet, the Australian chief scientist, is an expert in this area, but I have already questioned him about this at the RACI Fellows Luncheon a few months ago. So I'm putting that forward at this meeting. This amplifies the lack of certainty that exists about the benefits that come from renewable energy with respect to climate change. In effect, we're overturning the current thinking so that the warming of seawater from one year to the next could be responsible for the increase in carbon dioxide that occurs every year of 2 parts per million. The seasonal oscillations are much greater than that in Mauna Loa, 6 parts per million, and at Point Barrow in the Arctic, double that again. But this reflects the range of temperature variation in the surface seawater seasonally from spring and summer to autumn and winter. So if you use pH as a measure for a quasi-equilibrium between the pH of surface seawater and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it turns out that the 0.003 pH decline that occurs every year in the mid-Pacific does correspond to 2 parts per million change in CO2 in the atmosphere. And nearly all the measurements of increasing CO2 are done in marine locations. On land, it's very difficult to come up with reliable data with respect to the whole Earth, though satellite measurements also give rise to the seasonal variation. So with my 30 minutes almost up, I think I have to leave my case at that point. I've presented two situations, one which applies to the introduction of wind power in Australia, and it wouldn't be very difficult to do this research. It could be done in a few months. And then we could have better information about the likelihood or not that there will be drying effects and decrease in productivity of the landscape, or there is an increase in bushfire risk of the kind that the documents I've provided suggest. With respect to the more general question, well, I think that's something that needs to be debated in the general theatre of climate change, and from my point of view, I have to do it. I think because of my expertise to do with ecosystem acidification and alkalization, I have particular skills in this area as a professor in agricultural and environmental chemistry with a lot of experience just coming into this area in recent times. Last week I had another paper accepted, which is also, I think, very important to determining the temperature at the surface of the globe. I'm working on that paper. It's been accepted, and that I'll be releasing that again in the near future because of unique viewpoints that I've been able to bring to bear in this area. Most of the IPCC's conclusions are based on radiation. That neglects a huge area of climate science that we need to consider if we're going to respond properly to things like the weather bomb in the Pacific off Eastern Australia in the last week, and understand how we might manage such situations. I'm quite prepared to answer questions, but I might need notice on some of them if I'm to make
Thank
sure.
you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
We'll move into questions if you're happy to. And the ISC, if you're not in a position to answer questions, we'll make a decision about whether we need you to take them on notice or not in terms of considering our assessment. But I'll hand you now to Mr. Chessel, who can introduce himself, and then he'll take you through some questions from the proponent.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. Can you see and hear me
at
your end?
Perfectly.
Thank you. My name's Barnaby Chessel. I'm a barrister and I'm acting on behalf of the proponent, and I'll be asking you some questions this morning about your evidence that you've given today.
Yeah. Perhaps I might remark, because I've submitted that material to the Senate inquiry on energy and energy regulation, it was granted parliamentary.
Kennedy, now's the time to answer the questions of Mr. Chessel, so I'll get him to take you through his specific questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Fine, thank you.
The first question I have, Mr. Kennedy, concerns your written report.
Yeah.
That's a document that was dated the 3rd of July 2025 and bore the heading Expert Submission to the Project Inquiry. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am. That's the one I have in front of me.
Yes, good. Yesterday there was a further version of that document that was circulated under your letterhead. I just want to confirm that it's the same document that is the one that was circulated in advance of the hearing. It's the same document that you circulated yesterday, but under cover of your letterhead. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I also added information on this most recent publication.
Yeah, I saw that. So we'll come to that in due course.
Yeah, sure.
Now, one of the matters, Mr. Kennedy, that you indicated a moment ago is that you've had an opportunity to read the practice note issued by Planning Panels Victoria in respect of giving evidence before a committee like this. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I did. Fairly cursorily, but I read it, yes.
Okay, thank you. You may have noticed that one of the matters that needs be disclosed by an expert witness are the documents that were relied upon to prepare the relevant report. And obviously, in this case, you've provided 2 papers that are relevant to the evidence that you give today. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, there's a list of references given in both cases.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed about or noted about the references is that there's no reference to the environmental effects statement that was prepared in respect of this project. Is that a document or a series of documents that you have had regard to in preparing your evidence?
No, it's not. I haven't had time to do that. It's really the document that it's based largely, almost entirely, on the document that I presented to the Senate inquiry, which was actually given parliamentary privilege, which is rather surprising for a scientist.
Sure. So I suppose the reason I asked that question, Mr. Kennedy, is that it seems to me that the matters that you raise for consideration in this case, and I'll come to the substance of them in due course, are really matters that could be raised in respect of any wind farm project within any part of Australia. That's right, isn't it?
I agree with that.
Yeah. And I think, to be fair to you, that was a clarification that you sought to make at the very outset of the evidence that you gave today. That is, you started to explain that your evidence is not specific to this particular wind farm. That's right, isn't it?
This is true. Yes, I haven't. It might have been if I'd had more time, but no, it's not.
No, it's no criticism of you, Mr. Kennedy. I'm just trying to understand the nature of the evidence that you give. Are you aware, Mr. Kennedy, that this committee has been appointed in respect of an environmental effects assessment process that's being undertaken pursuant to the Victorian Environmental Effects Act?
Not that particular act, but I am aware that this is. I did read something that this is have been selected for special. It's a special proposal to go through this process. So I understand. I understand it is. It's been selected for that purpose.
Yeah, and I take it you don't have any direct familiarity or involvement in environmental effects assessment in Victoria pursuant to that act.
No.
And it's also the case, I take it, that you don't have any direct experience in assessment of a project like this pursuant to the Planning and Environment Act, which is another one of the acts that's relevant to the assessment before the committee.
No, I'm putting forward what I consider as scientific information that proposes a hypothesis that should be tested by appropriate research.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And perhaps to wrap this up, Mr. Kennedy, you I take it, aren't aware of and haven't had any regard to the scoping requirements that govern the matters that must be assessed in a process like this?
I wasn't engaged as an expert for that purpose. Were I would have done that. I would have.
Yeah, no.
Done that.
And again, Mr. Kennedy, I want to make clear, I'm not seeking to criticise you. I'm just trying to ascertain what it is you have done and what it is that you didn't do. And
Sure.
I take it, Mr. Kennedy, that you also haven't had regard to the committee's terms of reference and the matters that the committee must report on.
Not in detail. I can just imagine that.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you've raised two issues in your evidence. That is, at a high level, the consequence of wake effects attributable to the operation of turbines, and the consequence of what I'll just describe for present purposes as ocean calcification. And as I understand your evidence, both as I've read it and as I've listened to it this morning, your central proposition is that you say, in respect of both effects, that further assessment and research should be undertaken. Is that correct?
Well, the publication, this opinion is based on published peer-reviewed journal publications, but the conclusion I draw from that is a scientific one. It remains a hypothesis until fully proven. So that is my main purpose in coming to this situation. And I do appreciate the fact, Barnaby, that you're subjecting me to these questions. It's good, apart from being good experience for me. I have made submissions to the Muswellbrook solar farm, to the Valley of Winds wind farm submission, with 5 minutes to present my case. And I appreciate the fact that we can discuss it at the level that we're engaging. So thank you for that.
Okay, well, I'm not sure you should be thanking me, but
well, I have to thank.
It's noted in any event. What I'd just like to confirm, Mr. Kennedy, is the import of your evidence. And perhaps the best way to do it is to turn to your written statement. Do you have that written statement in front of you?
I do.
And can you please turn to the second page of that document, please?
Sure.
And you see at the top of that page, there's a heading, Turbulent Wind Farm Wakes.
Yes, I've got that.
And you see perhaps 2/3 of the way through the relevant paragraph that addresses that effect as you've described it.
Yeah.
What you say is that in essence, the effects that you identify have the potential to reduce regional farming productivity and increase bushfire risk. You see that?
True. Yes.
And what you say is that research is needed before proceeding with this very large Kentbruck wind farm. Do you see that?
I do.
And what you call for is for that risk research to be done now.
As soon as possible, yes.
Yeah. And again, in respect of the matters that you raise in respect of ocean calcification,
Yes.
if I look toward the bottom of the page, what you call for as a consequence of the matters that you identify is that the introduction of renewable energy to mitigate climate change be suspended for between 5 to 10 years, so that the requisite research to obtain certainty for the causes of carbon dioxide emissions can be determined. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
And so it's the case, isn't it, that in respect of both of the issues that you raise for consideration, what you ultimately call for is further research to be undertaken. That's right, isn't it?
That's my role as a university researcher, professor. I consider I have a duty to do that, given the facts that have come before me and my experience. Which
that's fine. I'm not, I'm just trying to clarify, Mr. Kennedy, what it is you are recommending occur here in the context of an assessment process of this particular wind farm, okay? And so all my questions are in the context of this particular assessment process which concerns this particular wind farm, okay?
Good.
Understand that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you've raised two particular issues, and it seems to me that those two issues are discrete. That is, you're not suggesting that the wake effects are having any consequence in respect of ocean calcification. Instead, these are two discrete, separate issues that you say need be considered. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to ask you some questions about them in turn, and we'll start with the issue that you raised concerning wake effects. Now, you've attached a document to the witness statement or the submission report at attachment 2. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I called it attachment 2. Yeah.
And that's a document that has been prepared in the nature of an academic paper, but unless I've missed it, it doesn't contain a date on it. Should the document have a date?
I probably should. In fact, I realised that even the main document doesn't have a date on it,
Yeah.
except the July 3rd hearing.
Yeah. When was this document prepared? That is, when's the attachment 2 document? When was it prepared, Mr. Kennedy?
It was prepared early in 2024.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can confirm the date from my record.
That's okay. A rough estimate is sufficient.
Yeah.
This is a document that, unlike the other document you've prepared, hasn't seemed to have been published in any scientific paper. Is that correct?
That's correct. I've been trying to get reaction, and Hugh Possingham from the University of Queensland, I have contacted him about it. He's concerned about ecological effects of wind and solar farms, and also concerned that perhaps we're moving too quickly without the requisite research. So it's the same point of view that I'm expressing.
Yeah, okay. But just so I'm clear, this isn't a document that has been published in any scientific journal?
No, it hasn't, and therefore it hasn't been reviewed.
No, not the subject of peer review in the way that the other paper has been.
Yeah. On the other hand, all the papers it refers to are peer-reviewed papers.
Right.
So
okay.
the ones in the references, including our own paper, are peer-reviewed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And as I understand it, the central thesis is that turbines generate turbulent downstream air patterns, which may themselves be warmer, which in turn may result in a drying of the landscape downstream of an array of turbines. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And what you do in the paper, that is the paper that has not been published, attachment 2, is point in essence to an absence of research in respect of that effect. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And on page 5 of 9 of the document, I don't know whether you have that one to hand, but under the heading accelerated downwind environmental drying for turbulent heat release, what you say is that while this prediction is hypothetical, it can be tested under field conditions. You see that?
That's correct. That's the place to do it. No, not laboratory.
And then what you do in the paper is identify a number of locations where such testing could occur. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, well, could have it there, yes.
And then at the end of the paper, you express the conclusion that management of these risks, being the risks that you hypothesise may arise as a consequence of the drying of the landscape, demands a response of diligent research by investors in wind farms or regulators to ensure the safer environmental placement of wind farms. Do you see that?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And as I understand your evidence, notwithstanding the fact that this paper was prepared in early 2024, that testing has not occurred to the best of your knowledge. Is that right?
As far as I'm aware, that doesn't mean to say that some work hasn't been done. I've been busy with other research papers.
Yeah, no, again, I want to make clear, Mr. Kennedy, I'm not being critical of you.
But that's correct. That's correct, yes. As far as I know, the research, to me, surprisingly, I haven't been able to find direct evidence to do with particular wind farms as experimental sites.
Yep. Okay. And again, just so that I'm clear, what what you're saying to this committee in the context of this wind farm project is that it would be prudent not to approve this wind farm until such time as that testing has been undertaken. Is that the correct summation of your evidence, Mr. Kennedy?
I would very much like the company to do that research and present it as peer-reviewed, also as peer-reviewed research.
Yeah. And you'd say the same thing about any wind farm project in Australia, wouldn't you, Mr. Kennedy?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
I'd suggest to you then, Mr. Kennedy, that the appropriate manner in which your concerns should be addressed, should they need to be addressed at all, would be at a regulatory level rather than on a case-by-case basis. Do you agree with that proposition?
Well, it surprises me that research of this nature hasn't been conducted by Australian universities, and that the funding system hasn't encouraged that. It's an oversight, obviously, from my point of view. The regulatory or government authorities, in the case of WA, I wrote to the Department of Energy. In New South Wales, I've written to the Minister for Energy, and I do have a reply from the government agency pointing out that to them, the risk of catastrophic climate change in the future doesn't demand that we do research now to protect the interests of farmers.
Right.
Farmers always do research before they adopt new technology. They pay a levy on their produce, and I have been engaged many times, effectively saving agricultural industry in Australia many millions of dollars because they've conducted that research before they make changes. That's typical of the way that new technology is introduced in this country through a regulatory system, such as that you mentioned. I'm not defining what regulatory means, and I'm not fully sure in legal terms.
You see, these arguments, that is, the hypothesis that you raise, it's not a new hypothesis, is it? It's a hypothesis that has been advanced for a number of years. I mean, I was involved in an assessment of the Delburn wind farm in Victoria, and I recall that arguments to this effect were advanced in the context of that assessment process a number of years ago. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of that, but I am aware that since then there has been some research done overseas,
right,
in the United States and China, on this effect.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm just going to ask you to listen carefully to my questions and answer my questions, okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy, you did indicate that you've raised this issue separately in other administrative contexts.
Mm-hmm.
You identified that you appeared or made submission to 2 Senate hearings in 2024. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what were those 2 Senate hearings, Mr. Kennedy?
The offshore one.
Yeah. And were you appearing in an individual capacity there or in an expert capacity there?
I made submissions which were accepted.
Okay. But on your own personal behalf, that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I made them as an individual researcher at the University of Sydney. This is not an opinion of the university itself. It gives freedom to research.
I appreciate that. And the reason I asked that question is I reviewed the reports that were issued by the Senate committee to the extent that I was able to, and I couldn't see any reference to the matters that you raised. Is that correct? Are you aware of a response having been made?
I read that, and I was disappointed no reference was made, but that process, I think, is political.
Right, okay.
It's a question of the decision. They were accepted and given, and I was given parliamentary privilege. I'm not so sure about the offshore one, but certainly the one on energy and its regulation, I have correspondence showing that the 2 submissions I made, one on wind farm wakes and the other on using casuarinas as an energy source which could replace coal.
All right. They're different matters, aren't they, Mr. Kennedy, to the one we're talking about now?
Those two are different matters, but there are two submissions that I made. Yeah.
Okay. And can I ask you this? You also mentioned that you'd raised this issue in the context of, as I understand it, an assessment of a different wind farm project in New South Wales. Is that correct?
That's true.
And what was the outcome of that process, Mr. Kennedy?
It's just been approved.
And were there any requirements imposed in respect of the type of research that you've identified as being required here?
I haven't had time to study the final documents in that case. I intend to. All right. I think that was only approved in the last week or so.
Okay. Yeah. I want to move away from wake effects and to the question about ocean calcification. And as I understand it, your thesis here is that the potential effects associated with ocean calcification may render the transition to renewable energy futile as a method of achieving net zero carbon emissions. Is that an accurate statement of the thesis?
That is one interpretation you could make, particularly if it's the pH of the seawater and its decline that corresponds to the increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So if this is the major cause of the increasing cooling curve, that's something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
And
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kennedy. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm mindful of the time.
Yeah, good.
What you said in your evidence is that this is a matter that may have been overlooked by the IPCC, being the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Was I right to understand that as the body that you referenced?
Yes, that's correct.
And what you call for is for this this condition to be further researched, and in particular for a halt to be put in place in respect of the implementation or introduction of renewable energy to mitigate climate change for, I think the period was between 5 and 10 years. That's right, isn't it?
That's what I've suggested.
Yeah. Now, you're aware, I take it, that existing policy, that is both at a state and federal level, calls for dramatic transformation in the electricity market, that is the composition of the electricity market in the short term. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it. I also gave a copy of the paper to Matt King in Cairns.
Yeah. And so really it seems to me, Mr. Kennedy, that what you're calling for is a change to that policy in light of the research that you've undertaken. That is a change to the policies that are being implemented by both the Commonwealth and state government in respect of the promotion of renewable energy in the short term. That's right, isn't it?
That is certainly correct. I'm asking for a change in policy, not in the science, but recognition of some new science.
Yeah. And again, that change is a change that you would say would bear equally on any wind farm project anywhere, it seems to me, and is not one that is targeted to this particular wind farm that is being considered by this committee. That's right, isn't it?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. They're my questions.
Thank you. I'll just ask if there are any questions. Thank you for coming along, Mr. Kennedy. We appreciate your time. No further questions from the no questions from the IAC. So thank you.
Okay, so I can retire now, or can I?
You can. You're welcome to turn your camera off.
Can I listen to other presenters?
You're welcome to observe. I'll ask you to turn your microphone and camera off.
Thank you.
And we'll move into evidence from our next expert, Mr. Grant Piper, who I understand is with us online. I'll ask you to please turn your camera and microphone on. Thank you. I can't see Mr. Piper yet. I'll just give that a moment. Can see that he is with us online, and we'll just see if we can get the tech working. Mr. Piper, if you're able to give us an indication that you can hear me, and if we do need to do something technically, we will do that. Might just ask if the panels, Miss Georgia, could please contact Mr. Piper. So we'll just pause proceedings for a few minutes while that's sorted. The IOC will remain sitting here while that happens. Thank you.
To come later.
Okay, good. Help. They're trying to contact me. Yeah.
Hi, Grant. It's Amy here from Planning Panels. How are you?
Oh, okay, sorry, just struggling with the computer stuff, but we'll get there.
So we can hear you and we can see you.
That's great. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Piper. We can see you clearly and I could hear you. So welcome.
Yep, thank you.
I'm just going to run through some introductory elements before I ask you to run through your evidence. So firstly, can I confirm that you have read the guidance for experts on the Planning Panels Victoria website, including the information about presenting evidence online?
Yes.
Yes. And I can get you to confirm that you will comply with that guidance.
Well, I'll try to.
Thank you. In terms of the presenting online component is what I'm referring to specifically. In a moment, I'll ask you to present your evidence, including introducing yourself and your qualifications and area of expertise. Before I do, could you please advise if there are any corrections to your evidence statement?
No, nothing critical, no.
Okay, thank you. As you're taking us through, if there's something that does arise, please let us know. And I'll now ask you to present your evidence in no more than 30 minutes, and then we'll move into questions of cross-examination by the proponent. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I just want to check, message should have got through the PDF that I sent as an attachment to the evidence. Is that available?
It is. I did mean to mention that. We can screen share that for you. So if you just ask the team if they can assist with that.
Thank you. If you get the first slide up or the first page up, and we'll go from there.
Yes, thank you. So we'll just wait until that happens. I think Ms. Broderick is going to assist with this, and she's just had to duck out for a minute, so we'll just wait until she returns.
All right. Well, I could start introducing myself. I mean, if
Thank
read
you.
the documents, I don't want to belabor it. Yeah, my name's Grant Piper. I'm currently a farmer in central New South Wales, and I grew up on a farm, and I've been involved with the Rural Fire Service up here since I was a youth, and I'm still a member. And I went away and studied aeronautical engineering and worked as an engineer. I also then left that and joined the Air Force and undertook pilot training. And I flew C-130s, which is used as an aerial fire bomber. And I also spent the end of my career a lot of time as forward air control, which is reconnaissance and target marking at low level. So a lot of work below 100 feet, but well below 500 feet. And so I'm familiar with low level flight and obstacles and dangers and the difficulty of dropping on targets, and also things obscured by smoke, weather and rain. So I'm coming at it from an aviation experience over my career, and also my local experience fighting fires here. We had Sir Ivan fire here in 2017 that burnt 55,000 hectares. I fought that on the ground, and I saw aviation at work, large tankers at work, and in other fires I've seen them work as well. So though I'm not a fire bomber pilot myself, my experience is relevant to that, and I've seen it from the ground, and I know what happens on the ground, and I know what they would be looking at from the air. And that brings us to the first slide, I suppose, where you can see a tanker dropping, and we'll get to that shortly. The the focus of my evidence was on firefighting. I did see when I was collating paperwork last night and reading through other documents, there's also obviously a lot of discussion about aviation obstacle lights on the turbines. And also, thank you, just the second slide's good, and the general hazard to aviation. And in the bushfire risk assessment, bushfire report, a lot of these projects, and I've done presentations for a number of them now in New South Wales and Victoria, they talk about the risk to the proponents' infrastructure from bushfires and what they're going to do to protect their assets, but they seem to downplay and not mention the risk to the local landowners and the population from fires caused by the proponents' assets, that is batteries, power lines, turbines. Now, this is mentioned in the aviation and the bushfire assessments, but it's not focused on to any great degree and it's downplayed. Now, there's the risk from turbine fires is real, and these slides, you can go on to the next one now. These are all recent over the last 18 months, 2 years, and they do start fires, they do fail mechanically. They're big objects and they tend to be having more failures the bigger the turbines get. And the turbines 5 years ago, they were installing around here were 165 metres. 5 years prior to that, they were 120 metres, and now they're talking about 250, 270, 300 metre turbines. And members of our group, Rainforest Reserves in Queensland, has mapped projected turbines and solar projects across the country, and they've tallied up about 41,000 turbines across the country. Now, the risk from a fire from a turbine may be low, or the probability may be low, but the sheer number of turbines that are going to be built if all this goes ahead as planned at present means that the incidence of bushfire or fire caused by a wind turbine will increase simply by the sheer number of turbines. Our local renewable energy zone here is forecast to have over 1,000, and to repeat, nationally, we've mapped them at 41,000 turbines. So that can't be ignored. Next slide, please. Another Portland, Victoria, June 24. Next slide, please. And we'll go back to, so I think there's a tendency in the proponents' EIS and other documents to downplay anything that will be a showstopper for their project. And I think the risk of fire starting from these large turbines, given the number, is being ignored, and it's a very real risk. And we're very sensitive in rural areas to bushfires. We've all experienced bushfires, and the risk is real. So they shouldn't downplay that, and they should accept it. The local forces on the ground, the local CFA, the local RFS in New South Wales is made up of volunteers such as myself. We all have jobs. We're not always here. The assets to respond to a fire are limited, and the proponent gets a free ride on local assets. The proponent needs to provide trained crews in their park projects areas during high fire season or and have them available and equipped so that they can first respond and not rely on an already minimal local volunteer brigade system. And so they shouldn't be able to piggyback on the local volunteers. So if you click the link on this, you'll see this YouTube video of Firebomber working. Thank you. So this was actually March 24 on a neighbour's property, and this is a film from my property. This is a Boeing 737, which you would have flown on up and down the east coast of Australia. And going off the fuselage length, you can see the smoke, and you can see the aircraft was disappearing into the smoke, and he's dropping over the trees there. And off his fuselage length, you can estimate that he's dropping at less than 200 feet above the trees. And then he goes and reloads. Thank you. So it's clear to any layman, and I won't read through what I provided, but it's clear that any large obstacle, such as the turbine that's 270 metres or 890 feet, I think it is going to be an obstacle to large firebombers such as that. And the RFS, the CFA, and the proponents and their consultants, aviation consultants, consistently downplay that and try and sidestep the issue that by referencing AFAC and by referencing Waterloo wind farm fire in South Australia in 2017 as some sort of evidence that firebombing won't be affected by these large turbines, when anyone can see that they will be. You're not going to manoeuvre those large aircraft, heavily loaded, ponderous, between turbines, slalom style. I know there's photos and evidence of the Waterloo fire where they used aerial agricultural aircraft, the small type aircraft, dropping and flying between turbines when the turbines are shut down. But again, you wouldn't do that if it's obscured by smoke or weather. Large aircraft are never going to go down there. Like I said in my evidence, I've got over 1,600 hours flying the Hercules, and that's the type of aircraft that crashed in the Snowy Mountains in the 2019-20 fire season and killed the crew. This is a hazardous activity. The RFS and the CFA palm this off and won't address the problem because they say the risk assessment is in the hands of the company and the pilot. And that is true. But any sane company and any sane pilot will do their risk assessment and say they're not going to go anywhere near wind turbines. Now, the picture on the screen now is, I think, Sir Ivan fire here. And I went flying the morning after this fire and I could barely see anywhere towards the town of Coolah, you know. So you're very restricted and you're not going to go there. And any layman can understand that. And I think it's verging negligence on the RFS and the CFA's part and the proponents if they try and ignore this very real risk. We rely upon large tankers as being first responders and in fighting these large bushfires and suppressing the flames so the ground crews can get in and fight safely. Without large firebomber support, we're hamstrung and we've got to wait until the fire comes out of the project area or clear of the turbines before you've got any hope of getting tankers in there to drop. So that's really the guts of that, and I'm happy to take questions on that later on. The other issue I saw reading through the documents last night is the lighting, this debate over whether large obstacles need lighting or not. And this is consistent, again, with the proponents. They try and downplay the need for lighting, and they do this in their EIS stage. They publish the EIS, it goes to exhibition for public comment without saying they're going to have lighting or saying they don't need lighting, obstacle lighting. And so the public isn't briefed on it. The public don't respond to it in their submissions because they're not going to have lighting, they suppose. And then subsequently, in the approval or the consent, CASA will stipulate that they should have lighting. Now, the aviation consultant for this project has self-assessed that this is a low risk to aviation, that it's a non-hazard, so therefore it does not need lighting. Now, two other projects I've spoken to, Thunderbolt Wind Farm, New England, New South Wales, Valley of the Winds Wind Farm, adjacent to us. And I'll read from a letter and I can provide these to the committee afterwards.
Madam Chair, I'm going to just interrupt at that point.
Yes,
Sorry, Mr. Piper.
I'll get you to pause for a moment, Mr. Piper.
I've let this bit go. There's no mention anywhere in any of the three materials that Mr. Piper's produced that refers to lighting or obstacle lighting for turbines.
Yes. Thank you. So, Mr. Piper, you are introducing new content, is that correct?
Well, I guess it is because I didn't address it in my initial document.
Yes.
But when I saw the flaws, I couldn't ignore them.
Thank you. I'll get you to move on and to not include new content. It's not reasonable to present that content at the stage of the process that we're at and the time that people have to consider that information. So if you could please just stick to summarising your original evidence. Thank you.
No, well, I've gone through the main points, so I think I'll stop there and the barrister can have a go at me now.
Mr. Piper, we will move into cross-examination. I'm sure Mr. Wright will take you through important questions to help us consider the issues before us. So I'll hand you to Mr. Wright, and if you could just introduce yourself as well, Mr. Wright.
I will, Madam Chair, but before I do that, I just note that the slide pack that we've been going through is a slide pack that totals some 41 slides. We've just concluded with slide number 6. Slide number 7 is a picture of an air crash.
And I'm just going to confirm the document number. So I understand I'm just going to check for myself that I'm looking at the correct document. So it's the original presentation that was circulated, so document 98, just to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Yes, that's my understanding. My point is this, is that from slide 8 to slide 41, the slide pack deals with matters that are, without any question, not related to aerial firefighting. I note that Mr Piper hasn't sought to take the committee to those slides, which is appropriate, and I simply ask that the committee disregard anything further on in the slide pack from slide number 7. I haven't understood that Mr Piper has sought to establish that he has a qualification or expertise that would allow him to speak about any of the matters that follow in the slide pack, which are not related to aerial firefighting. And so understanding that we're drawing a line under the slide packet, whether it's slide 6 or slide 7, but nothing further. Just wanted that to be clear.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr Piper, I can take it that you can hear me and see me okay?
I'm not sure. I can't see you, but I can hear your fires.
You might need to adjust which screen you're looking at. You can see that at least there might be 2 or 3 pages in the... If you were to push forward, you might find my face pop up. Now, my name is Jordan Wright. I'm a barrister, and I'm here, of course, on behalf of the proponent. And I have a number of questions for you, which I'll take you through. The first set of questions relates to the materials that you've provided and the exercise that you've undertaken in preparing evidence for this proceeding. Now, firstly, I'd like to ask the 3 documents that you have provided. The first of those is a document that has at the top of it expert witness statement, followed by your name and then aerial firefighting. Have you got that document in front of you?
Yes.
Now, that document, as I read it, is really simply a list of your qualifications and experience and doesn't provide any evidence as such about the proposed wind farm. Am I right about that?
No, it references the other document. There were letters attached to that.
Yes, I'd just like to focus on that particular document. So there's only 3 documents that have been provided. The first of those is the one I've taken you to. So I'm correct that that deals with your qualifications and expertise and no evidence about the wind farm itself?
Yep.
The second document is titled Wind Turbines and Aerial Firefighting. Have you got that document? It then says background brief.
Yes.
And that document deals with a number of matters, including the AFAC doctrine, as you call it, then the Waterloo Wind Plantation, commentary about local firefighting agencies. It speaks to commentary about the Aerial Agriculture Association of Australia and a policy from some time ago. And then it makes some general commentary about the use of air tankers, negligence on the part of the RFS, and otherwise makes no specific reference to any of the elements of this particular project. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's relevant to this project because the same problems persist in Victoria with the CFA.
Yes, but what I'm asking you to acknowledge is the document itself doesn't make any reference to the specific details or any of the project documentation for this project. Is that correct?
No, it's a generic brief on the problems of aerial firefighting and what we see with all the projects.
All right, and then the third document's the slide pack that we've been taken to. I'm correct that there's no other documentation that you have provided that purports to be your evidence in this proceeding. Is that correct?
No, not formally, no.
All right. Now, you indicated in response to a question posed by the chair that you were aware of the guidance given by Planning Panels Victoria in respect of the giving of expert evidence in these sorts of proceedings?
I'm aware of it. I haven't read every line of it. I did the Marinas Link hearing a while ago. But yeah, I'm used to less formal forums, I guess.
All right. And I want to be specific about this. Are you aware of and have you read a document that is called Planning Panels Victoria Practice Note 1 Expert Evidence?
I did look at it a month or two back, glanced at it.
All right. So were you aware of the fact that there was a declaration requirement pursuant to that practice note for experts to make in proceedings like this?
No, I don't remember that.
Now, the next question I'd like to ask you is to be clear whether you've visited the project area.
No.
And it seems to me from the materials that I've just taken you through, it wasn't apparent that you'd reviewed any of the EES materials, the published materials, when you provided that statement material. Is that correct?
No, I acquainted myself with the project, but no, I didn't read the full EES material before I submitted it due to the deadline, no.
Okay. Do I take it then that at the time that you provided that material, you hadn't reviewed the various technical appendices that relate firstly to bushfire and secondly to aviation matters?
I had looked at them, yes, but I didn't belabor them because they were similar to what I'd seen in other projects. And
okay.
So the submission I made was just based on, what I've seen with all the other projects and this one as well.
Before giving the evidence today, had you reviewed the evidence from Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor from Fire Risk Consultants?
I think I did look at that a while ago, yes. And
what about
Jennings,
the evidence?
The aviation.
Apologies for interrupting. And did you just say that you'd reviewed the evidence of Mr. Jennings, which addresses aviation matters?
Yeah, I've been through that. Yes, not 100%, but I've scanned through it all.
All right. I want to turn to some questions about your expertise and experience. I've taken it from the first document I took you to that you have formal qualifications which include a Bachelor of Aeronautical Engineering.
Yes.
You have pilot training with the RAAF.
Yep.
I just need an audible response, Mr. Piper, apologies.
Yes, sorry. Yep.
You have various civilian pilot qualifications.
Yes.
There's no other formal qualifications that you've provided in that statement. Are there any others that you have?
No, I mean, I've got a fairly long list of aviation qualifications, but I think most of them are down there somewhere.
Yes.
But no, no other professional qualifications.
Thank you. And in relation to your experience, you've worked as an aeronautical engineer.
Yes.
Then you've worked as a pilot with the RAAF for some time.
Yes.
You have experience as a civilian pilot, including low-level flying and aerobatics.
Yes.
You've indicated you've had some experience as a volunteer with the Rural Fire Service in New South Wales.
Yes.
And you're presently and have for some time been a farmer.
Yes.
And you've acknowledged already that you do not have any direct experience as an aerial firefighter.
No.
And you've indicated that you've observed aerial firefighting on occasion. You haven't conducted it yourself, nor have you been responsible for tasking or supervising aerial firefighting. Am I correct about that?
No. Well, yes, you are correct. Yeah, I haven't.
Right. You've also got no experience fighting bushfires in Victoria or working with the CFA?
No.
So can I put it this way, Mr. Piper? Whilst you might have expertise in aviation, it's correct to say that you're not expert in aerial firefighting. You accept that?
Not really, no. I think I've got the background to give me an expert view of what's going on with aerial firefighting. I wish the proponents would talk directly to the Aerial Ag Association and also to the fire bomber contractors like Coulson's and others that are contracted to do the work. I think that would be useful for everyone, and then I wouldn't have to step up and try and inform people of the problems.
Well, I'd just like to be very clear about this. You say you've disagreed with me that you are, in my words, not an expert in aerial firefighting operations, and you say that notwithstanding, you say that you have expertise to talk about those matters, notwithstanding you have, firstly, no direct experience undertaking aerial firefighting and no experience either tasking or supervising aerial firefighting. That's correct, isn't it?
No, I've had no form. I haven't been employed as an aerial firefighter pilot or in any of those roles, but I've flown the C-130, some of it at low level, which is a firebombing aircraft that's used in Australia, and my time as a forward air controller was spent at low level dropping ordnance on targets and directing aircraft to drop on targets, which is much like the guide aircraft that are used in aerial firebombing to direct the large aircraft. And I know the risks of flying at low level amongst obstacles, smoke, and in poor weather. So all the components are much the same. The function is exactly the same. And so I don't think you trying to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about is really correct. And I think you should be a bit more accepting of the information I'm trying to provide, because it might save people's lives.
Well, Mr. Piper, I'm not suggesting, I haven't used the words that you've used. I'm seeking to establish the precise expertise pursuant to which you're purporting to give evidence. And you've indicated accepted that you have no direct experience in firebombing or firefighting aerially, and you have no experience either tasking or supervising aerial firefighting. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine,
Right,
but I don't need to convince you. I mean, if the commissioners would read and see what I provided, hopefully they will interpret it.
Now, the next matter I'd like to discuss relates to the position of the CFA in respect of aerial firefighting in Victoria and this project specifically. You've indicated some criticism in one of the documents that I've taken you to of the position adopted by the RFS, and you've made similar criticisms orally in respect of the position adopted by the CFA. Do I take it that you are not aware of the CFA's position in respect of this project specifically?
Well, the aviation consultant said that quoted South Australia and the CFA, and their position is that the risk assessment is up to the pilot, and the pilot is ultimately responsible, and that is similar to what the RFS says in New South Wales.
Just going to repeat my question. You are not aware of the position adopted in respect of this project and aerial firefighting impacts from this project in respect of this process. You're not aware of the CFA's position about those matters, correct?
I've only read what's in the aviation consultant's report on firefighting, yes.
So I take it that you haven't read the submission made to the EES by the CFA?
No, I haven't read that one.
I take it you haven't read the submission that the CFA has made to this committee last week?
No.
And I take it you weren't listening into the evidence, rather the oral submissions made by the CFA earlier this week?
No.
I also take it that you weren't listening into the evidence given by Mr. Taylor and Mr. Potter in respect of bushfire matters, including aerial firefighting?
No, I did scan through their documents earlier, a month or two back, when I made my submission.
And similarly, I take it you weren't listening into the evidence given by Mr. Jennings in respect of aviation matters, including aerial firefighting?
No, I did not.
So I take it you're not aware that the CFA's position, this is my summary, is that it does not consider the project poses unacceptable risks to aerial firefighting?
That's not surprising.
And similarly, you're aware, or are you not aware, that the evidence in totality about these matters from Mr. Taylor, Mr. Potter and Mr. Jennings similarly is that this project does not propose unacceptable risks to aerial firefighting?
Well, I didn't hear them say it, but reading their documents, again, that's not surprising. It's the same for all the other projects that I've given information on or evidence to.
Are you aware that the CFA has published a document which is called Design Guidelines and Model Requirements Renewable Energy Facilities? Are you aware of that document?
I've heard of it. I haven't looked at it.
Sorry, did you say you haven't looked at it?
I've heard of it. I have not looked at it.
Okay. I'm going to take you to that document, Mr. Piper, and for the committee's benefit, it's document number 348 in the proceeding. So I'll share it on my screen so you can see it, Mr. Piper. Can you see that on screen?
Yep, got it.
Now, I'll take you to one particular part of this document, which we'll find on PDF page 26. Now, tell me if I need to zoom in or if you can see it acceptably. Can you see there on that page at heading number 4.2.6.1, it refers to aerial firefighting?
Yeah, I'm just reading that, yes.
I'll give you a moment to read that, and I'll ask you to read on the right-hand side of the page the model requirements. Tell me when you have had a chance to read.
Yes.
Now, I just invite you to observe that the third paragraph down indicates that this is the CFA's position in respect of aerial firefighting, that the following model requirements support safe and effective firefighting operations. Obviously, that is within and in respect of renewable energy facilities, including specifically here, wind farms. And in respect of the model requirements, there are 4 set out. One is wind turbines must be located no less than 300 metres apart. They must be provided with automatic shutdown, ability to be completely disconnected from power supply, weather monitoring stations installed, notified to CASA, and guy wires and monitoring towers clearly marked, even if not required by CASA. So I take it you've never seen those requirements before, Mr. Piper?
I haven't seen the requirements. 4261, I've read them similar words, yes, and in some other documents.
I take it from our earlier discussion that you are not familiar with the project layout in terms of the turbine layout that's proposed?
I've got a map of it in front of me, but I haven't gone through and looked at it specifically as to, I'm not so intimately familiar with the local area.
All right, so I take it you're not able to understand, or are you aware that the turbines will all be at least 300 metres apart for this layout?
Well, if they meet that requirement, that's good, yes.
Are you aware of a document that's been proposed for this project to govern aspects of it called the Environmental Management Framework and the mitigation measures that are set out in that document?
I haven't read that one, no.
So consequently, I take it that you haven't had any regard to the mitigation measures that are directed to bushfire mitigation or other aviation matters?
I may have read some of those parts or in other areas because I did look through the bushfire risk assessment and the aviation documents over the last few days. So I've probably seen some of it, but I can't remember the title exactly or that document.
So, Mr. Piper, you're not in a position to say anything about whether and to what extent the project, through those mitigation measures and the design layout, satisfies those model requirements that the CFA considers would support safe and effective firefighting operations, including aerial firefighting.
Well, I think there would still be severe limitations on large fire bombers, even with that.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about the local brigades question. You made some statements in your oral evidence, and you've done so in the second of your written documents, that goes to this question of, if you like, the demand on resources for local fire brigades as a consequence of the potential for turbine fires. Do you recall making some comments about that?
Yeah.
Are you aware that the vast majority of the turbines proposed for this project are within an actively managed pine plantation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of what the local fire brigade resources are in this area?
Not in detail. I spoke to Mr. Lomax some time ago, and he talked about fires in the area, and I think he's captain of one of the brigades, yes.
Are you aware that this includes a fire brigade that's operated by plantation owners, that's as required by law in the state? Are you aware of that?
I assume that they would have one, yes.
And you're aware that that brigade has primary responsibility for fires that would occur within the plantation?
Oh, that's
as
good,
opposed
yes.
to the CFA?
Yes.
So to the extent that your comments directed to avoiding demands on a volunteer firefighting service, if it's the case that there is a fire brigade that's required by law that is operated by the plantation owners, does that address that concern of yours?
It's well there. It's like I'm saying, that the proponent should keep equipped crews in the area during high fire danger periods, and obviously a pine plantation is quite a flammable thing, and the surrounding properties, would all stand up to fight a fire if they thought it was going to threaten them.
Just got a couple of brief questions for you about what was in slide 7 of your slide pack, and I'll bring that up. You didn't go to it, but I just want to be clear about what that shows. You've referred to an investigation of a New South Wales RFS, or that the RFS failed to fully communicate dangers before a large air tanker crashed near Cooma in January 2020. Now, I looked into that, and what I could understand is, firstly, that crash was investigated by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. Are you aware of, have you looked at the investigation report itself?
I did read it at the time, yep.
What struck me, Mr. Piper, is that the crash appeared to have no relationship whatsoever to a wind farm. That's correct, isn't it?
No, it was to highlight the risk of fighting fires, in that it's a hazardous occupation, especially in terrain and with poor visibility. Right.
So you're not suggesting that that crash had anything to do with operations within a wind turbine or wind farm?
No. It's just that the whole occupation is hazardous.
Thank you. I've only got one area of questions left, so I think perhaps another 5 minutes, Mr. Piper. And I want to now ask you about a particular organisation. Are you still the chair of an organisation called the National Rational Energy Network?
Yes, I've taken that job on again.
I've had a look into what's publicly available, including the website of that network, Mr. Piper, and other materials that are available through that website. Is it fair to say that the network is, these are my words, fundamentally opposed to the development of renewable energy facilities, including wind farms?
Yes.
It's also the case, is it, Mr. Piper, that that's your personal view? You are personally strongly opposed to the development of wind farms?
Yeah, well, of course, I couldn't be chair of that organisation and have a different view.
All right. And it's also the case that you are, if I can use this word terminology that you've used, a self-professed climate change denier, Mr. Piper?
Yeah, yep, for sure.
And just to be clear about that, are you disagreeing that climate change is occurring at all, or do you disagree that it's human-induced?
I'm disagreeing that it's human-induced to any great degree. It's always changing, and I've come to that conclusion over many years, and a lot of it's been based upon the constant lying or incorrect forecasts that are made. And so the evidence seems to me that the people making those forecasts have always been wrong, and the IPC forecasts and models have always been wrong. So I tend not to listen to people who are always wrong.
Okay. In respect of the legislative position in this state and federally, do you understand or acknowledge that the legislation at both levels, including, I should say, New South Wales, recognises the need to urgently transition the electricity generation network from fossil fuels to renewable energy? Do you understand that that's the legislative imperative?
Yes, they have passed the climate change net zero bills in every state, stipulating targets by 2030, 2035, etc. Yes, some of them are walking them back now. Queensland, for example, but yes.
And just to be clear, you're aware that there are legislated renewable energy targets at both Victorian state and federal levels?
Yeah.
And you're aware that at both levels, including the state most relevantly here, that includes targets specifically directed to wind farms and other renewable energy sources?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I mean, there was no legislated requirement to try and achieve reduced emissions until the National Electricity Law was amended in September 23, and they added the National Electricity Law objective of reducing emissions or taking action that might be expected to reduce emissions, as well as the normal objectives that have been there since it's originally enacted in South Australian Parliament, which are, safety, reliability, industrial development, all those other things that we expect of a power grid. It was only September 23 that the National Electricity Law was amended to include those objectives of supposed emissions reduction. And then in New South Wales, for example, the Climate Change Net Zero Act wasn't enacted until November 23, and it was meant to mirror the Paris Agreement from 2015. But the Paris Agreement has a clause in there that says emissions reduction, but not to negatively affect food production. But that clause does not appear in the New South Wales Act, and I think some of the other states are the same as well. So the whole emissions reduction legislation is a very latecomer to the party, and all this action that was taken prior to those bits of legislation being enacted were done on the basis of emissions reduction before there were any formal legislated targets in place. But they seem to have primacy over the long-standing objectives of price, reliability and availability of electricity. So again, arguing that the legislation is there, you should also highlight the fact that it's a very late to the party, and our other long-standing objectives should be given at least equal status, if not primacy.
All right, but I'll just ask you this. Well, in terms of the latecomer point, what I just would need you to acknowledge is that there is specific climate change legislation that's been in place in Victoria since 2017, the Climate Change Act 2017. You're aware of that?
Not of that one, no.
And similarly, climate change legislation that's been in force at federal level for some time, including the most recent iteration being 2020.
What title's that one?
The Climate Change Act, I believe, 2020.
Okay.
And the fundamental proposition. Sorry, Mr. Piper, you go.
No, sorry, I haven't. I'm just familiar with the subsidy legislation and various things at federal level, but keep going.
And what's important, I think, for you to acknowledge or understand, and I just ask you to accept this, that this committee is bound to give its advice that it's charged to do, pursuant to its terms of reference and the scoping requirements for this process by reference to the existing legislative settings. Are you aware of that?
Well, you probably are, but it's a circular argument, because unless you're willing to take on more information and the legislation eventually gets amended, we're never going to learn much, are we?
Well, I just want to be clear about this. So do you accept that this committee body, in the process that it's in and the assessment that it's required to undertake, is required to do so by reference to applicable laws as they are today?
Well, I can't do much about it. If you're constrained, if they are constrained to do that, well, they are constrained to do that. But I hope still that they learn something from the process, and that will feed into future decisions or the current decision.
Just two more questions. Is it fair to say, Mr. Piper, that you are not here today to oppose this project specifically, but rather the development of wind farms generally?
Yeah, we're trying to push back against the whole crazy scheme, if I can use the term, that these things will somehow reduce CO2 emissions if that's the stated objective, because if you look at the whole life cycle of mining, production, transport, manufacture, installation, decommissioning, the whole thing happens with fossil fuels. And so these are net energy, you'll never get that energy back. And if you use an inefficient means to produce power, ultimately you will use more resources. So these are actually counterproductive to the stated aim. And so if you want to reduce emissions, if that's your objective, I argue that this is actually not going to achieve that. And it's also sort of supported by the National Electricity Law Amendment, where they said all might be expected to reduce emissions. So they've even given themselves the legal out that when we build all this stuff and it subsequently doesn't work, you know, they're off the hook because, oh no, we thought it would at the time, but we were wrong. I mean, I thought legislation was meant to be written so it's watertight, but this seems to be written with a get out of jail clause from the get-go.
Two final matters, one that's just come up. I just need to be clear that nothing you have just indicated in any way relates to aerial firefighting, Mr. Piper, that's correct?
No, obviously.
All right. And finally, you accept, I take it, that what you're really talking about are matters of federal and state policy?
Well, you brought all that up, so I'm going to, you know, engage in the discussion. I suppose.
I haven't stopped you from doing so, Mr. Piper. What I'm asking you to accept is that these matters, your fundamental reason for being here, goes to matters of state and federal policy. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, but it starts with educating people.
Yes, and to give effect to the matters that you would like to give effect to, there would need to be changes to the existing policy and legislative settings at state and federal level.
Well, we hope so eventually.
Yes, and none of those matters go to any assessment of this project specifically. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, yes, but not indirectly. I mean, I think, it all starts with a smaller step. And I mean, we're fighting a battle across a broad front here. I mean, we're making submissions to EESs, EISs, or whatever, making presentations to government inquiries, Senate inquiries, upper house inquiries in New South Wales and elsewhere. We're doing what we can to try and stop the rollout and the destruction in the local farming areas, all at great cost, human, financial, for something that isn't going to work very well. And so we're also we're tackling the legislative level, we're tackling the political level, but we also have to fight the local battle for projects that are, 3K from our home, that are going to pose a fire risk to our property and our home. And that's my situation here. And there'll be similar people, or there are similar people all around the country. And that's what the National Rational Energy Network is, and Save Our Surroundings is, because we're all personally threatened by this misguided policy and legislation. And so we have to fight at all levels that we can and try and inform people at all levels. That's what we're trying to do. And this is just one part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Piper. We don't have any questions from the IAC, so thank you for coming along and presenting to us.
No, thank you for the time and your tolerance. I'm prickly, but I've been doing this a while. And
thank you, Mr. Piper.
We're all getting tickled. Thank you.
So that does bring us to our lunch break. We'll break now until 2 o'clock and see everybody back here. And hopefully Mr. Aidan Morrison, who's travelling to be here this morning, will be here in person for this afternoon's evidence.
Okay, so the expectation is we start at 2?
Yes, that's right. We'll start at 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the button.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I can see Mr. Morrison is with us. Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Morrison, we will move straight into your evidence. And before I ask you to take us through it, there's just a couple of things I need to run through. So following the presentation of your evidence, there will be questions of cross-examination from the proponent and then potentially from the committee. My name's Lisa Kendall. I'm chair of the committee appointed to hear the matter. So just introducing myself. I'm not sure if you've been observing online at all. No, that's fine. Thank you. Welcome. So as you may be aware, it is usual practice for parties calling the experts to introduce and to qualify the experts. In this instance, the party that has called you, Save Our Surroundings Riverina, isn't attending the hearing. So I just need to ask you firstly if you have read or if you're familiar with the guidance on the Planning Panels Victoria website regarding giving evidence at a hearing.
I think I've read it a while ago, but I get this not subject to parliamentary privilege and is recorded. And is there anything else that I should know that's crucial?
There's a number of things in terms of giving the evidence, and but that's okay. I'm happy to just continue, just to know that you have reviewed it. There may be some questions relating to that as we or after you've given your evidence. So when you do present your evidence, or before you go into detail, if you're able to advise if there are any corrections to the evidence statement that you've provided. And if I can ask that you please present for no more than 30 minutes. You don't need to use the full 30 minutes, but that's the time allowed if you need it. And I'm happy to hand to you now. And if I could ask you to start by introducing yourself and your qualifications and area of expertise, and then you're welcome to take us through.
Sure. My name is Aidan Morrison.
I'm just checking everything's working with the tech. All good. Thank you.
Right, great. My name is Aidan Morrison. I'm the director of the energy program at the Centre for Independent Studies. Since about the beginning of 2024, I've been leading a team there that has researched energy policy, focusing very much on the Australian energy transition, the economics underlying that, and what is low-cost energy. I've also had a physics degree originally, been a data scientist, and worked in designing software for trading systems, done consulting work, and done development of software and data science solutions for various corporates. And I've been following the energy debate closely for some time. And the last year and a half, I've been leading an energy team at the Centre for Independent Studies to research this and engaging very deeply in many of the official processes for submissions to be taken from the Market Commission, the regulator, and the market operator in the development of the integrated system plan, rule changes, changes to guidelines in the energy system. And given evidence before parliamentary committees, including the Senate Select Committee into Energy Planning Regulation in Australia and the House Committee into Nuclear Energy in Australia last year, amongst plenty of other appearances in other public fora on this topic. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I wanted to begin. I have no corrections or additions to make to the evidence that's brought before in the submission that I've made. I would like to speak today to that to make sure the full rationale and reasoning behind it is very clear. The essence of that is that I think that there are essentially incorrect and misleading claims made in the proponent's environmental effects statements, implying that this project contributes towards affordable or lower cost electricity and or improves the energy security that we have in the electricity system today. And I think there's reasons, as I'd like to expand, that those claims are really not supported. Before I begin to go to some slides, I wanted to just, I suppose, frame my evidence in the context of what we've already heard, and in particular, the final submission, the closing submission that's been made by the proponent to this panel hearing. And you'll see the But I think on in the statutory process section, which speaks to what is being demonstrated here.
So, Mr. Morrison, you're referring to the written submission.
That's right.
That was prepared by the proponent.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Give us a moment and we'll just open that document. Thank you. So document 386, just to be clear. Thank you. Yep, happy for you.
So there is, thank you. In section 8 there, it does claim that if conflicting objectives are to be addressed, integrated and balanced in favour of net community benefit and sustainable development for the benefit of present and future generations. I think that is important. I think it's a correct summary of what is the question at hand here. And I think the question is what is of net community benefit and what is sustainable must fundamentally incorporate questions about what is economically sustainable. What is beneficial economically for the broader community, which includes Victoria, and what is economically sustainable. I'd also like to point out that there is in section 14 a reference here to the second reading speech for the Climate Change and Energy Legislation Amendment, which is dwelt on quite heavily in this section of the statutory process, which has changed the considerations of climate change and made that a part of the land use planning process. There is also, as mentioned here, in the initial project rationale part of the EES, and I think I've referred to this closely in my written submission, there is reference here to the general claim that the Australian Energy Market Operator and the Integrated System Plan, the ISP, and is a plan for the investment in the NEM to ensure a reliable and secure power system as Australia transitions to a net zero economy. And I think that there is now emerging and quite abundant compelling evidence that the ISP is not that. I think this is actually can be substantiated to not be a really credible claim. It repeats here the 2024 ISP identifies renewable energy generation connected with transmission distribution firmed by storage and supported by gas power generation is the lowest cost way to generate electricity in a net zero economy. That claim as well cannot be supported by the Integrated System Plan. The statement also refers to the Commonwealth's Powering Australia plan and also the 82% renewable energy target. That the capacity investment scheme has been created for the purpose of achieving. And this is also meant to, as it's claimed, put downward pressure on electricity prices. The CIS aims to create jobs, reduce pressure on energy bills. I wanted to ask if I could leave from the committee to present some additional slides, which are contents of research that have been recently prepared, and it's just the latest product of our work at the Centre for Independent Studies that is relevant to speaking to these topics. I haven't had time to prepare them, but I've amended a talk that I gave this morning in Brisbane for a cut-down version to explain in particular the relationship between the 82% renewable energy target and the ISP's claims that are made in public, and whether it does indeed support the claims that renewable energy is consistent with leading to low-cost, affordable and reliable electricity. Would you have leave for me to present some additional slides on that matter?
So there's slides specifically. Are you proposing that you'd provide that material in a written form as well?
I can provide it in the written form if that's required. Yes.
I'm happy to consider it, but I'm also open to we need to consider any procedural issues associated with presenting that material now.
Understand.
Mr. Chesler, I'm just going to come to you to see whether you have any comment.
Well, it's a matter for the committee. We'll say this about this particular question or this particular issue. Your remit is to assess the environmental effects of this project. This evidence doesn't seem to be directed toward the environmental effects of this project, but instead to be a challenge to aspects of the ISP and, in particular, the way that the ISP itself describes what it is that it does. That's not a matter that's before you. It's not the subject of your assessment. And so if you want to hear the evidence, you can hear the evidence, but it is not evidence that bears directly upon the matters that you must consider in assessing the environmental effects of this project.
May I briefly respond?
Pardon?
May I briefly
It's
respond to
not for the witness to respond. You see,
No, thank you, Mr. Chesler. It's fine. I'd prefer that you move on, Mr. Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morrison.
Sorry, apologies. I think that it's important for procedural fairness that the material is before the committee and the parties before we get to this point in the process. So you can expand and verbally explain the evidence that's before us, but my preference is for you to not introduce new material at this stage. Thank you.
Okay. If that's the case, that's okay. I may just request from the technical assistants if we to just share the slides on the screen. And I will use my computer just for some notes for verbal expansion on those points which I've introduced, if that's all right.
Based on your original evidence, is that correct?
It is deeply connected to the original evidence. It is absolutely directly to this question of whether the claims made for the merits of the project, the benefits for the community, can be supported by the evidence that is claimed to support that evidence in the environmental effects statement.
Yeah, thank you. I'll let you talk through the matters, and I'm happy to hear if there are any procedural implications that the ISC needs to consider. Being mindful of the matters that are before the committee and noting that the directions for the experts were to focus on the issues of concern to the committee.
I think the environmental effects statement is before that, and I think that there are claims about the rationale for the project in that, I think, that are directly relevant to the committee. I hope it's okay to proceed on that basis. So I wanted to start with the second reading speech, which is part of the proponent's closing remarks here, which has basically been used to emphasise the importance of climate change for the introduction of these different changes to planning legislation. I want to highlight that as part of the same second reading speech, it is made abundantly clear that it is actually, the very first words in the second reading speech is the Victorian government is committed to strong and decisive action on climate change and renewable energy to help secure Victoria's economic prosperity and competitiveness in a net zero emissions future. So the premise of the change of this act was not just that it would achieve emissions reductions targets, but that also it would ensure economic competitiveness of Victoria. That is a core contention and is part of the premise as to why the Act was introduced. So it might be true that targets are sought to be met, but those targets must be considered in the context of this being a bill which was supposed and intended to increase the economic competitiveness of Victoria and bring about affordable and reliable electricity, which is a statement that's made consistently throughout that. I'd also like to just point out that many other jurisdictions around the world are finding that renewable energy is not consistent with that objective when pursued to a high level. For example, the government of the United Kingdom has, in a public statement in introducing a new subsidy scheme, has said that a number of policies have been developed to increase the share of electricity generated from renewable sources, including the renewables obligation, feed-in tariffs and contracts for difference. That's a direct quote from the UK government website. Short break and continue on. The government recognises that in the short to medium term, the resulting increase in retail electricity prices risks reducing the competitiveness of the UK's most electricity-intensive businesses. And we've done at the Centre for Independent Studies extensive work looking at the relationship between the penetration of renewable energy and energy prices. And we can find no countries that have gone very high, above 40 or 50% of variable renewable energy, that do not have amongst the highest power prices in the world. So this is a very tenuous statement that has been made to link the creation of very high levels of renewable energy to a reduction in electricity costs. And it was part of the minister's intent specifically to improve Victoria's energy competitiveness. Just like to continue on to emphasise further the popular perception that is maintained, including by the Victorian government, as late as the 2nd of June 2025, just a short while ago, Jacinta Allen was promoting on social media, on the X platform, says we're fast-tracking renewables to drive down power bills because it's the cheapest form of energy. I do not think there is any way of contending that the targets that were set and legislation were introduced were not premised on the assumption this can lead to lower electricity prices. This can actually improve the competitiveness of energy prices in Australia. I'd like to refer now to the slide that I've presented here, which is simply a demonstration of what has happened in the last week. This is the latest information that was come from OpenNEM about the Victorian grid and its generation of electricity in the last 7 days. And this was recorded at about 11 o'clock yesterday at the latest cutoff for us presenting new material. And it is quite simply a demonstration of the fact that renewable energy, when it goes, does not provide electricity.
So, Mr. Morrison, I'm just going to clarify. So this document was circulated yesterday, wasn't contained in your original evidence statement?
No, that's right.
No, that's right. And experts, the summary of evidence to be provided yesterday was to relate specifically to the material in the original evidence statement. So just to clarify that.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So
would you like me to find
I see that
connected to?
No, thank you.
Okay.
But just noting, yes, that it is being introduced as new material.
That's right. That's right. And I think that it is abundantly clear from this chart, which relies entirely on a bedrock of baseload coal-fired generation. There are multiple days here where there is trivial generation from the entire fleet of wind. The time that I have there, a full 8 gigawatts, very close to peak demand, there is essentially, and I think the data is there, less than 1% of wind being provided at that time. And that is the second day when there has been essentially no output from wind at all. The sun also disappeared essentially completely. And as well, I'd just like to click forward to the further slide, if I could have the next slide. It happens to be the case that for weather-dependent energy, that when you have your worst temporal events, i.e. the longest stretches when you do not have energy, good wind and good sun, the worst weather events tend to be the most geographically dispersed as well. If I could just move one slide ahead, please, that would be great. This is the situation in South Australia, which, as you can see, also has an abysmal week for wind performance at the same time. It has a tiny percentage of wind output at that particular timestamp, which I've noted there. Now, the significance of this is that when the wind goes, it goes completely. There can be no claim here that wind is providing energy security. The battery discharge that occurring throughout this week would have been entirely charged from fossil fuels for multiple days in advance. I'd like to go to the next one as well to look at New South Wales, please. This is the third state with which there are substantial interconnections for Victoria. It is again experiencing the same abysmal week for energy production. You simply cannot have energy security without that large, black in this case, brown, or orange block of truly reliable dispatchable power. So the claims that are made here in the environmental effect statements, this contributes to energy security, are simply and utterly false. There is no contribution from something that cannot be dispatched at a time of our choosing. There is now no battery storage associated with the Kentbruck wind farm. There is no synchronous inertia, which might make up for the degradation of the proportion of the generation that comes from a synchronous source. So the frequency stability, voltage maintainability of the grid, that is not improved. That is net degraded by the addition of further wind into the system. So the claim that there is somehow security here, a battery would provide a semblance of security, at least some tiny step in that direction, but it is just simply impossible to claim that energy security is provided by a wind power source alone. It is a net drain on the system. I'd like to emphasize and as well just highlight from my submission that I did make here and the evidence that presented that the claim of energy security is referenced as well to the integrated system plan. Now, the integrated system plan is essentially, it is a writing in which energy security is mentioned. But just because energy security is a character in that story, that does not mean that this particular character, the wind farm itself, is contributing to energy security. In fact, it is one of the leaners. It needs to be compensated for and accommodated. And in fact, the AEMO ISP is not a decisive roadmap that includes all the features of energy security. A separate document, the Transmission Plan for System Security, has been generated as an auxiliary at the direction of the Market Commission. And the transmission plan for system security is essentially a plan to do some further work, to create a framework, to do some more research, to improve our understanding about what might be required for true system security. And that got scathing comments, as I've mentioned here, from the Australian Energy Market Commission's reliability panel. So even if the AEMO ISP was a document in which total system security or improved system security did occur, which it is not, still there is no claim that wind and more wind is a character in that story that contributes to increased system security. I'd like just to further highlight that the claim about costs, there is no plausible way if a generator that has negligible marginal generation costs and bids at the lowest possible entry level can further depress the average wholesale price without simultaneously depressing their own capture price to the same extent. Now, the capture price is the average amount that that wind generation would get if sold in the spot market. And as I've provided my evidence, the share that goes to wind is dipping substantially below the average. And that is a natural and unavoidable consequence of the increasing penetration of wind in the grid. When you add much more wind, there is an abundance of electricity and the prices go down. So the market naturally is actually screaming for this addition to stop. There is no market demand for more wind because the market will not continually pay an ever increasing price for electricity that is valued in the spot market less and less. And that is what is going on at the moment. So there are unknown questions here about exactly how the Kentbruck wind farm will get sufficient revenue to be able to build their wind farm and satisfy their investors. And ultimately, this comes down to the capacity investment scheme, which they have accepted. I believe they have been awarded revenue underwriting through the capacity investment scheme. And it is inevitable that this will be a massive net subsidy to the project as the capture price of wind falls further and further, unless they have already signed a takeoff agreement that fully covers their investors' expectations and all their system costs. They will be somewhat exposed to the spot price, and I don't think they will have got a high enough level from a power purchasing agreement. And so they will inevitably have their revenues topped up by taxpayers. So ultimately, there is no plausible way in which the addition of more wind power that is dependent on this revenue underwriting can actually push down power prices, except to the extent that it shifts costs onto the taxpayer. We must contemplate whether this is truly economically sustainable. And I would highlight that the capacity investment scheme has no known limits. They have not published what the intended total revenues are to provide. The minister has the final decision-making power. He has the authority to sign off on these projects. There is no parliamentary oversight of AEMO services. They do not have to come to Senate estimates. There is no freedom of information potential to access the bids. They are all regarded as commercial in confidence. So there is no way of knowing and assessing what degree of subsidy will actually be required here. But it is almost certain, given that it's accepted, that they will have a significant net subsidy. And I'd like to point out that currently still on the Kentbruck Wind Farm's frequently asked questions section, they still claim they do not receive government subsidies. And I'd put it to this group, that is misleading. That is grossly misleading given their acceptance of the capacity investment scheme. I think it's relevant to ask the question how the mistaken claims that wind energy or integrated renewables are the lowest cost forms of energy have been accepted for so long and promulgated so prominently. And to that, I'd just like to draw your attention to a series of statements that were made, which I think encapsulate the common misunderstanding of the founding documents, the Integrated System Plan, which are relied upon for those claims in the ESS. They were statements made by Matt Keane on the 4th of November before Senate estimates. He has claimed, and I think this typifies the typical understanding of what the ISP does, says, at high level, they have looked at the alternative solutions to providing cheap, reliable electricity, and they've said the Integrated System Plan is the way to do that.
Mr. Morrison, I'm just going to clarify, where's this from in terms of the evidence or the relationship with it, with your evidence statement?
This is relating to the misunderstanding about the Integrated System Plan.
So just clarifying though, you're providing new content, not summarising your evidence statement?
It is new content that I think is relevant to and supportive of this statement. If
I'll
that's
ask you to not cover
okay,
new
not cover it.
information.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. In that case, I think if I can, my final comment would be to just point out that it is not clear either that even with the capacity investment scheme, this project is actually going to satisfy investors, which means that it may not be in the interest of Victoria in providing lower cost energy. It's certainly not in the interest of the taxpayer because it will increase the total tax burden. And there is an open question now as to whether it is even in the interests of investors pursuing it.
Sorry, is this in the witness statement? Whether it's in the interests of investors?
Thank you. I understand.
Would you prefer me not to cover that? I think it's relevant to the sustainability of the project.
It's important that the material you present to us verbally reflects the content of your evidence statement.
Okay, well, I think I won't expand on it further then, but as I've made clear in my evidence statement, there is likely to be a substantial gap between what the revenues the market would voluntarily provide to this project and what is required to actually fund the project and meet the investors' requirements. And I think it appears now that even with that underwriting, it may not meet the current investors' expectations. I'll just leave it at that, but I think it is of relevance to the sustainability of the benefits that are being claimed for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. So that is your.
That can summarise my evidence that
I've
given to you. I'd like to take questions.
Thank you. So I'll invite Mr. Chessel to ask questions on behalf of the proponent.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, my name's Barnaby Chessel. I'm a barrister. I'm here on behalf of the proponent. Now, I'm going to start by sharing my screen. And on my screen, you will see, or on your screen, I hope as well, the practice note issued by Planning Panels Victoria in respect of the giving of evidence before a committee of this type. Now, you're asked by the committee whether you have reviewed this document, and you said, I may have a while back. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you read this document?
No.
No. Okay. So you're unaware then of the particular requirements that apply to an independent expert who comes to give evidence before a committee of this type. Is that correct?
I have presented evidence before to other committees.
That wasn't my question.
Yep.
Listen to my question and answer my question. You're unaware of the particular obligations that apply to an independent expert appearing to give evidence before a committee of this type. Correct?
The particulars for the Victorian committee? Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that an expert must do is make a particular declaration. And that declaration is to the effect, or on the following terms, I have made all the inquiries that I believe are desirable and appropriate, and no matters of significance which I regard as relevant have, to my knowledge, been withheld from the panel. Do you see that?
Yes.
I take it that's a declaration that you're prepared to make today?
Yes.
And it follows then that the matters recorded within your written statement are a record of the key matters that you wish to address before the committee.
That's right. There has been significant new information that has come to light since.
Okay, significant new information that's come to light since, and that's the significant new information that you've sought to deliver today.
That's right. That's right.
That is the slide presentation that you made earlier today?
Yes.
And the observations you made about the investability, if you like, of the project, or the potential implications for investment or the sustainability of investment in the project. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. But the sources of that, I think, are many and varied, as you would notice. The renewable
I haven't asked you about the sources. Listen to my question.
Sure.
Is it those two topics that summarise what you consider to be the significant new information that has arisen since at the time that you prepared your report?
There is also other information as well, which is relevant to the question of the sustainability of this economically.
Okay.
And whether renewable energy and the increase in wind, such as proposed by this wind farm, can push down electricity prices.
Okay.
That's right. It is emerging continually.
This has occurred since you prepared your written document.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
All right. Now, where you haven't addressed a matter within your written document, other than this new information that's been emerging since you prepared the document, I take it that you didn't consider that to be significant enough to warrant your particular comment. Is that correct? That is, your written document recorded the matters that you considered to be relevant to the evidence that you were to give before this committee.
This document, the written document, was the most concise summary of the most compelling evidence that I could pull together for the time for the committee. Okay. It was not the most exhaustive, comprehensive version of every matter that could have been used to produce to support the same arguments.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. So the arguments that you advanced are what you considered to be the key arguments at the time that you prepared your statement.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you hold a particular position with the Centre for Independent Studies. That's right, isn't it? And what exactly is that position?
The Director of the Energy Program.
And how would you describe your particular expertise as it's relevant to the evidence that you give today?
My particular expertise, what are you aiming for? What are you asking for?
What expertise do you hold in particular to give the evidence that you give today? That is, what is your particular specialisation?
We read the documents further and deeper into the energy transition and all the rules and regulations and submissions and proposals than any other think tank that I know of, and we draw together the right conclusions and try to present them.
All right. Now, you've been engaged to give evidence here today in your personal capacity, as I understand it, by an organisation known as Save Our Surrounding Riverina. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
And do you do that in an independent capacity, or do you have any involvement with that particular organisation?
I do that as an independent capacity. They requested, they were looking for people that could speak to the matter at hand and would give provide a critical commentary to the economic claims that were made.
Okay. Now, we're in a somewhat peculiar situation here where that organisation, Save Our Surroundings, has not turned up to make its submission to the committee, but has instead sought to advance you to give independent expert evidence. You understand that?
Yes.
And you indicated a moment ago during the giving of your evidence that you'd had an opportunity to review the closing submission that had been prepared on behalf of my client and filed in this proceeding. That's right, isn't it?
By looking at it online, that's right.
Yeah. I'm wondering, did you have an opportunity to review the written submission made by the organisation that has engaged you to give evidence?
I did have an opportunity. Right.
You did have an opportunity. Okay.
Feel free to draw me through it now if you'd like.
Okay. Well, that particular submission is notable in that it is really constituted by a series of dot points. That's right, isn't it? A series of propositions.
That's right.
Okay. At the start of that particular submission, and for those following electronically, it's submission number 202. At the commencement of that submission are a series of headline propositions. And I want to just try and understand how it is that your evidence relates to the particular propositions that are being advanced by the client that has engaged you, or the organisation that has engaged you to give evidence. What the submission says is this, that the Kentbruck Green Power Hub project defies, in capital letters, all principles of ecologically sustainable development. I take it that's not a matter that you've addressed in your written statement.
All principles of ecologically sustainable development. I have not addressed all of them. I think that she engaged several different witnesses. I think that I am within my bounds and remit to be able to support parts of her contentions with the parts of the expertise that I can deliberately bring to bear.
I'm just trying to work out how it is that your evidence, the evidence that you give today, should be read in the context of the submission of the organisation that's called you to give evidence.
Could you read the dot point again?
All principles of ecologically sustainable development.
Well, if there were some principles about ecologically sustainable development, right, and they included things such as It requires conflicting objectives to be addressed, integrated and balanced in favour of net community benefit and sustainable development. I think that I can at least speak to some of those principles, and that would be a reasonable grounds for me to appear.
But I'm asking you, that's what you're purporting to do. That is, your evidence, you say, relates to the balancing exercise called for under the Planning and Environment Act. Is that correct? Okay. The National Koala Recovery Plan.
I haven't given evidence specifically to that.
The Stockholm Convention.
I haven't given evidence specifically to that.
The World Health Organization.
I haven't given evidence specifically to that.
The Australian Drinking Water Guidelines.
Is this going somewhere? I mean,
yes, it is.
Okay.
Just listen to my question and answer my question. Modern slavery condition.
I haven't given evidence related to that.
No. The LPA accreditation.
I haven't given evidence related to that.
The Paris Agreement.
I can give evidence related to that if
you
want.
You haven't, have
I
you?
haven't.
No.
I have given evidence related to the impact of the carbon budgets on the integrated system plan.
Okay. All right. So to the extent that that relates to the Paris Agreement, you say it's relevant?
I think it's relevant. That's right.
And the final is that this project defies every aspect of the National Electricity Law objective. Now, have you made any reference in your written document to the National Electricity Law objective?
In my written document, I have not, but
in your oral evidence, have you made any reference to the National Electricity Law objective?
I intended to, but I was asked not to bring you material.
Okay, so you haven't addressed that?
I haven't addressed it.
Okay, all right.
But it is the founding.
No, listen to my question, okay?
Sure.
And I'm going to ask you to listen carefully to my question and limit your answers to my questions.
Please.
Now, I'm curious then to understand the basis of your instructions. One of the matters recorded within the relevant practice note that I took you to that you hadn't read is a requirement that you set out all instructions received in respect of the preparation of the witness statement, be they in writing or orally. And I'm correct, aren't I, to say that you've set out no instructions within your written work?
Within my written work, I have not.
Okay. And as I understand it, you were asked to review certain parts of the EES, that is the Environmental Effects Statement. That's right, isn't it? And who is it that asked you to review those sections of the Environmental Effects Statement?
I received verbal instructions from the Save Our Surrounds group, and they said, "Can you give evidence as to why this does not make economic sense and is not consistent with what the claims they are making in their environmental effects statement?" Okay,
so your instructions were to give evidence as to why this project does not make economic sense. Is that right?
That's it. That's right.
Okay, and those instructions were provided to you orally, were they?
They were. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And in responding to those instructions, it's clear that you've reviewed certain parts of the environmental effects statement. You make reference in your written report to the executive summary document.
That's right.
And to section 2.4.4 of the environmental effects statement. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Now, I'm right in saying, aren't I, that there aren't any other sections of the environmental effects statement that you've had regard to in preparing your witness statement? That is, I'll rephrase that. There aren't any other sections of the environmental effects statement that you've referred to in your document itself?
I have, in summarising my evidence, again, my evidence that I put forward in the written document is to put forward the most succinct and accurate and sufficient summary of the points that I wanted to make. And I have, in my preparation, done research to read the rationale chapter, which focuses on the economic claims that my evidence is focused on.
So that's chapter 2?
That's right, chapter 2.
Okay. My particular question, though, was a more limited question. I'm right in saying, aren't I, that the only sections of the environmental effects statement that you refer to in your written report are the executive summary document and section 2.4.4 of the environmental effects statement?
That's right.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you've reviewed the entirety of chapter 2?
Yes.
Is that right? And were you provided with any other documents beyond chapter 2 and beyond the executive summary?
I undertook to do my own further research as to the publicly available documentation provided by the Kentbruck Wind Farm and available on the Victorian Planning Portal.
Okay. And did you review any documents beyond chapter 2 of the environmental effects statement And the executive summary document, the documents that you've referred to in your witness statement?
In reviewing and researching, look, yes, I do general and broad research
of the environmental effects statement.
Of the environmental effects statement. As in any other chapters. Yes, I also reviewed Appendix S.
Okay. And you've made no reference to Appendix S within the body of your report, is that correct?
That's right, because it makes no claims about the general affordability of electricity and implications of system security. It only addresses directly what the local economic impacts are.
I see. Okay. So you just didn't consider that to be relevant to the materials that you
look, it is relevant to the broader project. The point that I'm making has been focused on the overall sustainability, the impact on electricity prices for Victoria.
Okay. I want to take you to Chapter 2, being the document that you did refer to in your witness statement. Bear with me a moment. Can you see that on the screen before you? Can you see that? Yep.
That's right.
And this is section 2.4.4, being the section that is the basis, or the section that contains the propositions that you are responding to in your written statement.
That's right.
That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And so it's these 3 paragraphs of this particular chapter that have formed the basis of your review and response. That's correct, isn't it? It's how you've structured your particular report.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. And I take it then that to the extent that you haven't commented upon any other aspect of Chapter 2, it's because it's either not relevant to the evidence that you give, or you take no issue with the propositions contained within the other elements.
No, that's not the case. I've delivered, I think, the most succinct version of the sufficient arguments to support the point that I was wanting to make.
Okay.
And I may have drawn on, and other parts of that proposal may be consistent with or indeed supportive of the arguments. And I don't agree with completely necessarily everything. I think you're asking me to agree to something that's unreasonable there.
Okay. So in a separate section of Chapter 2, there's an analysis of the consistency of this project with national policy and with state policy. Do you recall those sections?
I certainly do.
Do you recall reviewing those sections?
Yes.
And it's the case, isn't it, that you have not made any comment in respect of the conclusions drawn in those sections in respect of the consistency of this project with national and state policy. That's correct, isn't it?
I agree that it is not inconsistent with the achievement of those targets, those listed targets. That's right. What I am disputing is to whether those targets have only been accepted on the basis of an assumed benefit that would accompany with them rather than a net cost, because there is a question of balance.
No, you're answering a different question.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is that you don't take issue with the consistency of this project with the national and state objectives and policies set out within this part of the chapter. What you do take issue with, as I understand it, is whether or not those particular objectives and policies are appropriate in the context of broader considerations in respect of, amongst other things, security and pricing of electricity. Is that correct?
That is, of course, correct. These targets have been written for the explicit purpose of favouring a particular energy source without the ability for that to be contested against any other source of merit. That is the way the National Electricity Law has been drafted in the final amendment to create the third objective, which is not towards reducing carbon emissions. It is towards achievement of specific jurisdictional targets that may have the impact of reducing carbon emissions. So by careful design, the National Electricity Objective has been made it purposefully so this could be the case. You are correct. You are absolutely correct legally. In the achievement of these targets only, this project is consistent. It is not consistent with the broader aims of economic competitiveness and reduction of electricity prices. That is exactly the point that I wanted to make.
Yeah. And it seems to me that really the points that you make are points that are properly directed toward the federal government, to the state government, in respect of how those two governments have chosen to implement the relevant targets and ambitions in respect of transitioning toward net zero. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
It is, and the reasons for choosing them, and I suppose I think it's important to know that the broader community is now accepting these targets on the basis of an unachievable win-win situation where we both achieve these targets and have lower electricity prices and have better system security. That is now unachievable. The premise on which these targets were set is now unachievable. That is the point that I wanted to make.
Okay. And I'd suggest to you that rather than being a matter that can properly be considered and addressed in the context of a case-by-case assessment of each and in every individual wind farm, that really the points that you make are points that are properly directed toward state and federal legislature and policymakers. I mean, that's right, isn't it?
Look, that is absolutely correct. And I have, and I do, and I will, at every possible chance, make submissions towards all the different state and federal things. I've appeared before the Senate committee inquiry, appeared before the federal one on nuclear energy. I will be appearing for the New South Wales committee investigating renewable energy zones. At every level, I will and can and do. But yet also, I think it is important that wherever falsehoods are repeated and propagated, I make it known that they can no longer be supported by the arguments that were mounted above them. Right. So I'm willing to go to individual hearings, and I've done it previously as well for other places in New South Wales, for example, the IPC, Independent Planning Commission in New South Wales. I went to the Valley of the Winds Planning Commission, which was a similar, I thought similar to the event that we have here today, but I think has probably a different framework and different set of instructions. But yes, I'm appearing at all levels wherever the message may possibly penetrate and needs to be heard. You're correct.
All right. Okay. Did you see when you reviewed this part of the documentation a discussion about the project location at 2.3?
Yes, I did.
And did you see a discussion of the particular wind resource that exists at this particular location?
Yes, I did.
And did you see a description of that wind resource as being relatively strong and relatively steady?
Certainly did.
And did you see that in this part of the report there was a description of the capacity factor that is a way of measuring that resource?
Yes, I did.
And did you see that it was recorded as being 43%, which it's described as a relatively high capacity factor?
Yes, I read that.
Are you familiar with this metric as a means of measuring what I'll say in broad terms, the quality of the wind resource?
That's right.
Yeah. And out of interest, do you know how that capacity factor compares with that which applies to other potential wind farm sites within Victoria?
I know there are a range of capacity factors. Some of them are higher than that for individual wind farms in individual years, and some of them are a lot lower than that. It depends what is delivered to the grid, depends not just on the wind resource as measured by proponents, which can vary significantly to the actual level of wind that is delivered by the actual SCADA data, often because of transmission constraints, occasionally economic curtailment, etc. So yes, I'm familiar with all of those things. Are you asking me whether this is a generally superior wind resource to many others?
No, I'm asking you whether you're familiar with this measure as a measure of capacity.
I absolutely am. Yeah.
Okay. Are you? Did you then see commentary concerning the site context?
Yes, I did.
And did you see that one of the particular locational attributes or locational benefits of this project is its proximity to the existing transmission network?
Yes, I did.
And I take it that you'd agree a capacity to integrate with the existing transmission network is an important consideration in the siting and location of facilities of this type?
Yes, it is.
And I take it that you'd accept it's an important consideration in assessing the capacity of a project to contribute to the transition in the energy market contemplated under both state and federal legislation.
It is a factor to be considered, yes.
An important one.
Yes, an important one.
Yeah. And I take it then you don't take issue with the broad propositions contained within this part of the report, that this is a site with a relatively strong and steady wind resource situated in relatively close proximity to the existing transmission network.
I don't take issue with that, no.
And you agree that they're both important considerations in considering the suitability of a site for the purposes of a facility of this type?
They are.
Okay. Now, then in this part of the report, there's an analysis of certain benefits. And I take it you don't purport to give any evidence in respect of the environmental or socio-economic benefits of this particular project as described in this part of the report. That's right, isn't it?
I don't take particular issue. I thought it was mildly amusing that the increase in tourism was raised. I think that's quite not likely to be a very significant economic benefit.
You found it amusing?
I found it amusing, yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Then one sees an analysis of community benefits before a discussion in 3 paragraphs of the energy security benefits.
Yes.
And it's these 3 paragraphs that you focused on to structure your report. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I'm going to come back to the substance of that in a moment. I was interested to hear that you made reference in your oral submissions to the closing submission made by the proponent. And it prompted me to ask myself, well, what other documents have you reviewed? Are you aware that Mr. Richard Bolt was engaged to give evidence in respect of this matter?
No.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
Huh, okay. Are you familiar with Mr. Bolt?
No.
No? Okay. I take it then you haven't reviewed Mr. Bolt's witness statement?
No, I haven't.
And you didn't listen to the evidence given by Mr. Bolt in respect of this matter?
No.
You made reference to our closing submission. Did you have any regard to the opening submission made by my client to this committee?
The proponent?
Yep.
I have read the environmental effects statement, and I don't think I looked at the opening submission in special detail. You
see, Mr. Bolt was engaged to provide evidence about, in broad terms, the significance of this project to the achievement of climate change and renewable energy commitments that are prescribed in national and state law.
Great.
All right. And it seems to me, given our earlier exchange, that question is quite a different question to the one that you've sought to consider. Would you agree with that? That is,
I think that's right.
You haven't sought to assess the extent to which this project would achieve climate change and renewable energy commitments prescribed in national or state law. That's right, isn't it?
I think that's exactly right. But I draw again to this question of net community benefit and acceptable outcomes.
Yeah, just listen to my question. You're going somewhere else.
Okay.
All right. Listen to my question.
Sure.
You agree, as I understand it, that that's not the premise through which you've assessed this.
That's right.
This project. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. You do understand, though, that this is a statutory assessment process.
I do.
And you understand that this is a committee that is bound to have regard to existing legislative requirements and policy provisions, that is, those that are currently in place.
That's
you understand
exactly
that?
right. That's exactly right.
And I just suggest to you that's not the basis upon which you've assessed this project, is it? You haven't sought to have regard to those national and state legislative and policy directions that apply in respect of these types of proposals.
I think it is important in having regard to something that the context in which the legislation was introduced is considered. And I think that anything where a net community benefit and acceptable outcomes, and there's extensive detail in the proponent's closing submission drawing on all the different cases where the balance of a net community benefit, not total community benefit. Is,
could you just take me to where in your report you address the concept of net community benefit?
I address the question of economic benefits, I think very clearly.
Net community benefit.
Net community benefit.
It seems to be a central tenet of the material or the way that you're presenting your case here today.
Yes.
Take me to where in your written statement you address that particular decision-making principle.
Look, I have not addressed it in specifically. I think it is abundantly clear that where there are benefits to be weighed up against losses or costs, right? I think that the purpose of the committee is to just consider the environmental impacts, all right? That is an environmental effects statement. And as part of that statement, they need to consider, because generally environmental impacts have some cost. There is a visual amenity, a biodiversity amenity, right? So the environmental impacts are generally costs. The question that must be assessed, I think it is implicit and obvious that when you're doing some cost-benefit analysis, the question of the benefits that you are weighing up against the costs are considered.
Sorry, cost-benefit analysis?
That's right. Now, if you're assessing a net community benefit, I think that is absolutely important. So the question about
all right.
whether...
Look, to be frank, you're answering, again, a different question to the one that I asked, which was to take me to where in your written report you've addressed it. And the answer is you haven't. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct, that I have not
thank you.
specifically addressed the question of what the... Go on, yep.
Now, the particular part of section 2.4.4 that you seem to take issue with is the proposition in the second paragraph or second sentence to the effect that AEMO's ISP provides a blueprint for Australia's complex and rapid energy transformation towards net zero emissions, enabling low-cost renewable energy and essential transmission to provide consumers with reliable, safe, secure and affordable power. Right? You consider that sentence to be misleading.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, it's the case, isn't it, that that is how AEMO describes the ISP?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you're taking issue with is not the way that that document is described in the EES. It is instead the way that AEMO itself describes the ISP, correct?
That is correct, and I'm deliberately going to the corners of the earth to shout from the rooftops wherever it needs to be heard, wherever the falsehood is repeated.
Okay. Well, again, we're involved in a statutory decision-making process.
That's right.
And what you're asking the committee to do, as I understand it, is look behind the ISP itself, correct?
I am asking the committee to consider whether any prospects of lower cost electricity or more secure electricity are consistent with the proposal.
Now, the ISP was put on exhibition, wasn't it, as a draft document?
It was put on exhibition as a draft document.
And you made a submission in respect of the ISP, didn't you?
Certainly did.
And you were highly critical of the ISP in that submission, weren't you?
Yes.
And you made the types of points that you're making today in the context of that submission, didn't you?
That's right.
And those submissions weren't accepted, were they, by AEMO when it came to publish the ISP?
That's not altogether the case. There were changes that were made by the integrated system, by the ISP.
Okay.
So, for example, we pointed out that their perfect weather foresight allowed them to introduce 4 gigawatts of gas installation at exactly the right time to coincide with the La Nina year, which was totally incredible. And they responded by essentially papering it over. But no, they did respond very substantially to a whole range of our critiques, and they did not respond to others.
I suppose the point that I'm making is that you had an opportunity to make a submission in respect of the draft ISP. You took that opportunity, didn't you?
That's right.
Your submission was considered, wasn't it? And it wasn't accepted in full, was it?
That's true.
And so what you're seeking to do before this committee, assessing the environmental effects of a single Victorian wind farm, is seek to relitigate the matters that you sought to advance in respect of the draft ISP before AEMO. I mean, that's right, isn't it?
I think it is correct whenever the ISP is brought up as evidence of the claims that you're making, because they are your claims too. You are making the claim that this is consistent with bringing about lower cost electricity, affordable electricity, and your only evidence is to point to the ISP. How is it not relevant for the committee not to consider fundamental flaws in the ISP?
Well, what I'm putting is that the way that the ISP is described in this document is entirely consistent with the way that AEMO itself describes the document. That's correct, isn't it?
That is exactly right.
Okay. Now, what it goes on to say is that the 2024 ISP confirmed the importance of this area by identifying the Western Victorian grid reinforcement as a future ISP project in the optimal development path, triggering preparatory design to harness more renewable generation along the 500 kilovolt backbone of the state's transmission system.
That's right.
Don't take any issue with that, do you?
I don't take any issue with it, but it is still within the context of what the ISP is. And the ISP is at the moment like backflipping all over the place. They're now pushing back the planned commencement date of VNI West. The transmission plans and proposals in the ISP are not credible.
Okay. You then, in your evidence, go on to critique the federal government's CIS program. That's right, the Capacity Investment Scheme. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
And as I understand your thesis, it is to the effect that any reduction in the price of electricity attributable to a project like this, participating in that scheme, would be offset, as I understand your evidence, by the increased tax burden to fund the scheme.
That's right.
Okay. So you say, well, any reduction in price is illusory because it's offset by a greater tax burden.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that the relevant purposes of the CIS, as articulated by the federal government, are to deliver the legislated additional 32 gigawatts of electricity capacity by 2030,
That's right.
to help achieve the 82% renewable energy target by 2030,
That's absolutely correct.
to support the growth of electricity generation and reliability as coal power stations are retired.
That's the effort, but it is now no longer credible that can be achieved through the capacity investment scheme.
Just listen to my question.
Go on.
And to place downward pressure on electricity prices.
That's what they have claimed. It is no longer credible.
Okay. So again, it seems to me that your critique in respect of the CIS is a critique that is properly directed toward the federal government, as opposed to a proponent who has successfully sought to participate in that scheme in respect of a particular program to be delivered within Victoria, assessed as it is in the context of an environmental effects assessment for this project.
Let me put this clearly. By repeating in here claims that this project is consistent with producing lower electricity prices, you've produced some evidence, right? Your evidence is, oh, hey, the AEMO ISP is all about lower electricity price and reliability, isn't it? Okay. To the extent that that evidence does not stack up and can be critiqued, you have relied on it. And the same is true with the capacity investment scheme. You've looked at the label on the tin and said, hey, this says it's about lower price electricity. Surely, therefore, that supports the idea this project is consistent with lower price electricity. I'm here as an expert witness who's spent plenty of time diving into the details behind how those documents and schemes were considered to tell you that is no longer a credible thing to repeat.
Okay, so your point is AEMO's wrong, the federal government's wrong.
That's right.
An applicant is not entitled to rely upon...
Oh, they can, but then the committee must consider they're relying upon evidence that can be wholesale discredited.
Okay. I'll wrap it up this way. Look, you understand, as you've already accepted, that this is a statutory assessment process.
I do.
You accept, don't you, that this project is one that aligns positively with existing state and federal legislation and policy as it concerns this type of project?
That's right.
What you are railing against is that policy, I would suggest to you, correct?
Well, I think that to any extent that it is relevant for this committee to consider the net community benefit, because there are environmental costs, they must consider what the true economic claims are about the benefits, and those benefits are false and misleading. The only evidence that has been used to support the idea that this increases system security or improves the affordability of electricity has been to rely on the Australian Energy Market Operators ISP and the Capacity Investment Scheme and what those two projects say on the label. All right. And what they say on the label is absolutely false and misleading. And I can and would give far more evidence than I was able to put together in the written submission to support those claims if you want to hear it. But those are the two pieces of evidence that the applicant has relied upon to support their claims that this is also consistent with security benefits, energy security benefits, and affordability of electricity.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have one question of clarification. So on your evidence statement, it doesn't note the Centre for Independent Studies. So I'm just wanting to clarify whether you're here as an individual or in your capacity as an employee.
Yes, I'm here as an individual.
As an individual.
Yes.
No further questions from the committee. Thank you for coming along to present evidence to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that does bring us to the end of our day and the end of week 5 of the hearing. Next week, we'll be sitting in Portland from Monday till Thursday. We'll be hearing submissions from a number of community groups and individuals next week. On Monday, we're hearing from the Nature Glenelg Trust, the Victorian National Parks Association, BirdLife South East South Australia, the Australian Speleological Federation and BirdLife Australia. So we have a fairly full program for Monday. Member joiner will be joining us online next week. So the other committee members will be there in person. And I'll just take a moment to see if there are any questions that we need to respond to before we rise for the week.
Not for our part. Thank you.
Thank you. And anybody joining us online, I'll just take a moment to see. That looks like we're good to go. So thank you very much, everybody. We'll see those who are able to join us in Portland or online next week. Thank you.